capabilities. And so the first piece of that is how do we get shared context? Science is very complicated. The next level of science is even more complicated because it requires interdisciplinary understanding. And then there's the question of, within science, there's usually only a handful of people within each domain that has like truly expert level knowledge. So how do we scale the availability of that expertise? And then how do we do that in a way that can be compatible with new funding mechanisms that will allow us to move at the pace that basically AI now offers? And central to our approach is essentially this idea of individual agency, where we want this world to exist where each of us can participate and have choice of how to participate, rather than being dictated to by a centralized model, for example. And so everything we do is also open source, because we see that as essential for being able to distribute access as widely as possible. And getting back to the 8 billion point, or 7 billion point, depending on how you cut it, what's exciting is we're now already then in a process of onboarding stakeholders from across the ecosystem, both frontier organizations within, for example, DeSci, but also more traditional funding agencies from countries and private companies doing R&D. So what we've seen is by taking this approach, we're actually able to start connecting these different groups in an ecosystem on these principles. So this is very exciting, and it shows that there's actually traction towards this future. So how did we get here? As many of you here know, we've been working towards this over time, over the past 3 years or so, because 3 years ago we basically saw these trajectories converging, and the approach that we took was understanding kind of what is the pathway of going from an idea to an outcome, what are all the steps involved, and learning from domain experts kind of how they approach this today, and then understanding how much of this could be automated. So to the scaling expertise piece, this was really around getting a sense of where are we today and what are the pieces that we need to get in place so that we can fully realize this acceleration effect. And we're super proud to have worked with so many people from the DeSci ecosystem in this process, alongside some more traditional organizations. And for example, the Foresight Institute for the past 4 decades have been building communities around frontier technologies. And they're an interesting example of kind of this AI effect taking shape, because they've spent 4 decades building communities around things around nanotech, around longevity, around neurotech, and now all of it is kind of moving into a next level of readiness. So it's interesting just to see those communities move into a new stage of, let's say, productionizing a lot of theory that's been going for a while. And so what that leaves us with is we're now in this point where we're catalyzing this multidisciplinary expert network. We have this library of verified scientific skills, and we're now moving into looking at how to introduce the programmatic incentive systems that we've had in the back of our mind throughout this journey. And as I mentioned, we're now also onboarding then more traditional funders into this space. And I really want to emphasize that point, because yes, we've been on this journey for about 3 years, and we're now talking to nation states. And that timeline is kind of wild, and it is enabled because of this, the effect that AI has on everyone right now, where they're like, how are we going to handle this? And I think this community has a chance to offer a pathway that is deeply value aligned with a lot of countries. So the Overton window has shifted is basically the key thing to bear in mind here. And it opens up for new ways to do things at a level that I haven't seen in being in this space for over a decade. So to give you a little bit more, give you a bit more concrete idea of what this looks like, one of the projects we've been working closely with the Foresight Institute on is tech trees. And this gets to this question of basically, if you have thousands, tens of thousands, millions, billions of these agents that are out there to be able to do what you want, how do we collectively say what we want? How do we speak to these systems? And tech trees are one way of articulating goals and getting consensus on pathways to take and allocating resources. So just simply breaking down a tech tree, essentially, if you've played video games, you might be familiar with the concept, but essentially in this context, it lets you take a long-term goal, break it into the necessary technical capabilities of achieving it, understanding what the open challenges are to achieving those technical capabilities, and then identifying potential solutions for those challenges. And this breakdown already shows you how quickly that expands if you try to go down one of these trees. And so this is just to say that doing this manually traditionally would take weeks or months. It basically is a non-starter to use it on an ongoing basis. But you can imagine if you're using AI tools to build these, you can reduce that time significantly, and I'll show you in a second how. And the great thing is that if you have these, you basically can capture complex pathways, and then you can consider allocating funding to different part of them. And you could have on-chain mechanisms for pooling funds towards different outcomes that you might want to collectively see. They could be on the technologies themselves, they could be on challenges. And so this is giving you a new digital artifact for articulating these complex outcomes that you want to be able to move towards. And what we're now doing is working with different organizations to help them build these tech trees for their goals and adapting them to their requirements, and then being able to even have tech trees speak to each other, essentially. And so, as I mentioned, building one of those would take a lot of time. And so what we do now is basically the Coordination Network platform gives you a set of building blocks to be able to create automated workflows to help you build these type of things in a way that is verifiable and auditable. And so what that looks like, basically, if anyone is familiar with LLMs or chaining LLMs, it's really a visual workflow of saying, you know, you have some input, you have a way of analyzing that, you get a response, you take it to a secondary input, and so on. And so these skills are ways for any scientist or any funder to be able to externalize their expertise into an automated workflow that is reproducible, verifiable, and so on. And you can plug them into any type of agentic system that you have. And so you basically start building up an externalized library of your skills that can be run and rerun and so on. And so combining those two pieces, if the video shows, yeah, here we go. This then is a video example of running one of these skills to create a tech tree. So that's combining the two. Assuming I'm able to show that video, which may be, are you able to launch this video? Let's see. If not, come to me later. It might have converted into an image. Okay. Looks like it's converted into an image. So anyway, then I'll explain to you what happens in this video. It will show you essentially that that skill creates something like this in about a few minutes. And so the point being that you're able to use these tools to very quickly create these things in a way that used to take months. And so taking all of those pieces together, this means that you basically have a way to externalize from your mind your skills into agentic workflows that you can trust and verify. And what does that mean? Well, if you have agents, that can scale extremely quickly. And this means every scientist, as Sean mentioned, can have these agents and basically have thousands of these agents supporting their work. And this then opens up a new question as well, which is if you have these systems, how do you start having dialogues with them as well? So what we're excited, and this will be on a panel later as well, where we'll be discussing this, is we've collaborated with Beard, who you'll be hearing from later on the panel as well, on what is a UI that would let humans, augmented with these skills, interact with fully autonomous scientific systems. And the UI we came up with was a social app. And so what's quite funny about that is that it's a UI that everyone is familiar with. Everyone is used to scrolling feeds. Now we can have that feed be populated with hypotheses coming from these agents, and you can basically say, you know, you can make comments on it, you can like it, you can say it's bullshit, there's literally a bullshit icon, and you can say, I want to fund this. And so it's really working on what is the UIs for being able to interact with these systems that familiarize them to a broader audience. So we're excited to start testing and rolling this out as well, and creating this ecosystem essentially where we can interact in this way. So I'm going to jump over the videos because they have been converted into images, and I'll leave you basically with this higher level view. So with these open source principles, we now have the opportunity to basically generate maps of what we want to achieve that then dictates different steps that need to be achieved along the way. Those can be basically presented to swarms of agents that allow us to move as fast as possible to achieve them. And the beauty is, re-emphasizing, is that if you do this on open source principles, all of that data can be in a composable environment where every step feeds into systems to optimize the models that then improves the overall system. So you get these extremely virtuous feedback loops that is then in a fully open, accessible ecosystem where anyone with access to the internet can have a pathway to participate because the system itself can help you understand what you need to understand to participate. So this is truly a civilizational scale upgrade to how we do science on open source principles. And if you're working, you know, in incentives, as a lot of the on-chain community does, it is the perfect environment to basically look at how do we set up the pools of funding to distribute across these systems, and how do we get consensus on it? You know, what are the governance mechanisms that allow us to move as quickly as this will allow? And so this is really, I think, what if you're interested in any of those pieces, please come talk to me because that's what we love to help facilitate. And on that note, that's where I want to reemphasize as well, we're onboarding basically people from different stakeholders groups, which represents in excess conservatively of $1 billion annually of early stage R&D funding and represent over 200 million citizens of the planet. So back to that 7 billion point, while 200 million is not yet 7 billion, this is like very real now. And so all I want to leave you with is that like from 3 years ago to now, we're in a point where the timing, the Overton window is there for this to get adopted at a scale where the permissionless and open source principles that this community stands for means that this is possible. And I just want to emphasize that that is crazy in terms of like the things that have to align for that all to be in a moment in time where this can happen is something that I would just leave you with to say, get involved now to like make this future happen, because this gives us the best opportunity to have a positive pluralist future where we can all thrive versus a dystopian plutocracy. So I'll leave you with that. If you want to get involved, you can go to coordination.network, and there's different ways to get involved in using the tool, building the tool, and funding the tool. So thank you very much for listening, and yeah, enjoy the day.
Cool, thank you so much, Martin. So I've got a piece of molecule law for you guys. We moved into this office about 1.5 years ago, but before we were in this office, we were in a co-working space down on Scarlett Street, which was called Full Node, which really is like a Web3 co-working hub, and we had our permanent offices in there. And our direct neighbors through that time in Full Node were Gnosis. And so we've actually managed to build quite a lovely relationship with them. And that leads us into our next talk. Gabriel is from Gnosis. He is an LLM engineer who is focusing on developing AI agents for prediction markets. Welcome to the stage.
So hello, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Gabriel. I'm with Gnosis AI, and today we'll be talking a little bit about how can blockchain help decentralize AI. Yeah, this is a brief agenda for my talk, but just a very brief introduction to Gnosis and what Gnosis has been doing in the last years. So they started actually in 2015, building prediction markets for Ethereum back then, was one of the first applications. Then they developed a couple of different infrastructure projects like CalSwap, Safe, which is also a self-custodial wallet, and now most recently with Gnosis Pay and some other financial infrastructure for payments. They've been shifting a little bit to this other vision of payments and financial infrastructure. And one tiny application of that is prediction markets, and that's really what Gnosis AI has been focusing. So we've been building AI agents for those applications. But coming back to my agenda here, so I'll start with an ultra short introduction to LLMs. So just to make sure that we are all both on the same page from a technical level. Then I'm going to make the argument that we need decentralization for those systems since they are so powerful and they pose threats if centralized. And finally, I'll come to the interesting part, which is 2 examples that I highlighted of ways to decentralize the tech stack with crypto then. Cool. Yeah, so here it's not about really giving an overview of transformers or how they work, plenty of resources for that, but it's more about why now. So why have those models have become so popular? So what has enabled that? And mainly 2 things. So first one is really the transformer architecture with specifically the attention part, which allows the processing of data to be done massively parallel. So that has allowed the models to really increase a lot. And second is really the encoder and decoder architecture, which also allows the model to kind of understand more complex relationships between the different sentences. So those 2 things have really allowed those models to explode, become very, very large, and to do all those interesting applications that we see nowadays and that we also saw in their previous presentations. Also wanted to highlight one important thing for the rest of the presentation, of course, massive data used for training, so orders of trillions of tokens. And the second thing is really the way that those models are also using. Initially, text-to-text was really dominant, text summarization, generation, and so on, still very prominent, but now some other models like multimodal architectures are also readily available. Awesome. Then, the reason for needing decentralization. So don't really need to make this point that LLMs are extremely powerful these days, can do many tasks very, very well. So scientific articles being one of them, but also in my field, software engineering, we really can go away from that. And having a few for-profit corporations with this amount of control, power, influence, of course, poses several risks. And don't really need to remind you guys, but 4 of them that I listed here, maybe. Bias and abuse being the one very, very important ones, in the sense that every company or tech provider might understand alignment in a different way of those models. So they might, intentionally or non-intentionally insert some bias into their models. It's their way to view the world, and that might not align with how the users are thinking, for example. Also interesting is the abuse case that I described as abuse, but maybe there's a better word, in the way that I'm the model provider, and depending on what the user is looking for, so searching for a car, I might prioritize brand A over brand B, and that's maybe not in the best interest of the user, but rather my personal commercial interest. So yeah, that's also a threat as I'm describing it. And the real question, so the next question is, which components of the system can we decentralize? And those are the two examples that I'm going to give. So the first one is the data collection. Current foundation models train on, that's the order of magnitude. Not sure how updated, how accurate that is, but 40–50% of the internet is being used already, the public data, for training those models. So massive data, as I mentioned, but that's slowly becoming clear that that's not going to be enough for the models to really improve and get even better and achieve the scale or AGI or SI or what we are really thriving with those models. Then obvious next step is personal data, this is one of the projects I wanted to highlight, which is Vana, and they have some interesting concept called data ownership. So they're trying to really connect the data pools here, so private data, for example. One big example is Reddit DAOs, so lots of private data around Reddit, with the model, let's say the software, the AI model developers, let's call them like this. So the model software engineers, and the idea is they connect those people that want to have access to the Reddit data in this example with who wants to train the model. And the interesting thing is me as a model provider, I only have access to the data if I also mint my own LP tokens, so to say, and those tokens are then transferred to the users, and the users, as the user contributes with their data, it gets a proportional ownership of the model being trained. So as after the model has been trained, if it generates any kind of revenue afterwards or is being served to users, parts of those proceedings, parts of that revenue are being forwarded back to the users providing that data. So it allows the users to participate on the profits. And an interesting point that I also wanted to highlight is that they have one interesting topic of proof of participation, in the sense that, proof of contribution. And the idea is, let's say you're still using the Reddit DAO as an example. If my private data there helps the model a lot, I post about different topics, I have a greater variety of information, I should have a bigger contribution than someone who logs in just once or twice and does some kind of small comments there. So I would be entitled to a larger portion of the proceedings than this other person, which has, let's say, a lower contribution. That's also something that they brought in. And yeah, the last point I also wanted to mention is training. So this is slightly more technical. And so decentralized training, what is it about? It's related, of course, the fact that training of those large systems, as I alluded earlier, is very data and compute intensive step. And since tons of resources are required for completing this step, it has been overall dominated by big tech. So those are the big corporations that are basically the big foundation model providers. And as I alluded before, that poses some risks, and decentralization is a good idea. Especially open source models. So having those kind of decentralized infrastructures would allow more people to have access to training, thus developing models which hopefully can also be open source. And very importantly is also this point of tapping into broad resource network, because for training those models, you can also tap into those somewhat idle resources, not really GPUs, but also everyday CPUs or some other data centers that might be idle for one reason or other. And those can also be used for training. And those are, and yeah, as highlights, I had plenty of startups are working in this space. 3 of them I wanted to highlight is, of course, Now's Research, which has been working on the Solana ecosystem, Prime Intellect, with their new model Prime 1, and some other open source contributions, and Jensen. Oh, Prime 2, thanks for that. Intellect 2 as well. Thanks for that. We'll fix the slide. And yeah, maybe starting with the challenges, communication is a big one, right? As you have different nodes trying to run training, of course you need to communicate between those nodes or between a master node and the other nodes in order for them to kind of work asynchronously, but also communicate the updates as you're completing training. So that's of course one big challenge there. And another big challenge is this memory sharing or data sharing between the nodes. So of course you probably don't want to copy all your data over all the nodes. So it's a challenge to know which parts of the data, how you shard that, and how you propagate those weights back into the main model, so to say. Another challenge is verifiability, and that's really where crypto comes into play, together with incentives. And coming back to the whole talk of my presentation, thank you. And coming back to all my whole talk of the presentation of how crypto can add value or can help decentralization is really 2 points here that I think. The first one is, together with Vana, was really just transmitting value efficiently. So tokenizing the participation of the nodes here. So let's say I provide my GPU there for 1 hour, I get 1 token. If I provide my GPU for more time or can have more nodes, of course I have a larger token allocation. So I'm able to have a larger incentive to participate. And also verifiability is a big one, because crypto is needed here, because if you have several nodes, and it could be that some of the nodes are not completing the training properly, or they're going rogue, or they are introducing some artifacts in the data that you don't want to. Having the blockchain in there, providing like a immutable censorship-resistant ledger makes sense, because you can afterwards verify and, if necessary, slash those participants so that they remain financially incentivized to participate and provide meaningful value and meaningful contribution to that training. Yeah, that's about decentralized training. One point I also wanted to make is that decentralized training is different from distributed training, which big tech is also already doing these days. But distributed training is simply about, instead of having a very large data center, you simply kind of distribute that across multiple sites. And but those sites are basically homogeneous, so it's not like you have 1 GPU here, 1 CPU, 1 cell phone here to train the model. It's more about just geographical distribution, whereas the centralized training is mostly about working with a heterogeneous infrastructure where they might not always be trusted. So it's a completely new monster here, and lots of things to be developed here still. Yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Yeah, so up next we have Johannes speaking. Johannes was the one that commented on the Prime Intellect Model 1, 2 thing. And that is because he used to work at Prime Intellect. And that is his intro. So come on up. He'll be speaking about Aubrey AI, which you'll learn more about now. That's yours.
Hi, I'm Johannes. I started working in DeSci 2021 when VitaDAO emerged, and then I did 1 year at Prime Intellect, where we basically built infrastructure really foundational for training AI and also in a decentralized way. And yeah, so now we apply AI with Aubrey de Grey again at VitaDAO, and this is basically Aubrey de Grey on demand. Who are we, DeSci? What do we do? Science on chain. What are we excited about? AI agents doing science on chain. Okay. Yeah, so this is more like a visionary slide. Basically, what we think Aubrey of is basically having like a digital copy of the scientist and his hypothesis living in the cloud and being available for the community and also for the researchers to help them. And the real advantage of this is that you cut out like a base model, when you simply go to O3 and ask it a question, it will always generalize because it's trained on all the theories and also the anti-theories. So if you have an agent that really leans into one idea and is biased actually in a good way, then you have like a strong advocate for a hypothesis or thesis. Like, for example, Aubrey de Grey really leans into the sense framework, which means that you rather repair age-related damage than you fix the root cause. And he got criticized a lot, but also people tried to disprove him, and they couldn't. Like, there was a big prize, I think $30K or $50K, and his critics tried to come up with theses against it, and they couldn't. So so you can also train the agent on the reasoning, and you can provide it a lot of material that it can only, like, data that only the agent has access to, and the bigger models are not trained on. We're also doing this with the LEV team, where Aubrey plans another study, and so we have like real scientists helping the development, and our goal was to ship something very early for them to play around with and get early feedback. Yeah, so this is what we envision the front end. So you will have a terminal for the community where people can access Aubrey, they can discuss longevity with the agent, and we also envision this to be a shared space where the community comes together, discuss ideas, and the agent interacts with the community. Also, obviously, we need a private mode, so you don't want everything, like if you have sensitive ideas or you want to plan something in private, you need to be able to have a private conversation with the agent. Yeah, one very interesting tool we want the agent to be able to access are knowledge graphs. And knowledge graphs are basically, it's a large collection of PDFs that is stored into like a JSON schema, and it really helps to identify relationships in the data. And our big assumption and hope is that this will really reduce the hallucination of the agent, because if you ask it something very specific, it can go to this vast amount of PDF data from papers, and it can get the relevant relationships in the data. Ideally, this system would be also always up to date. And with knowledge graphs I think like there's a lot of interest recently in knowledge graphs, but there's not really the UI right now where people easily go to and use these. Like, and we assume that like when you can access the knowledge graph to an agent, then that could be a really powerful tool to get better answers and also create hypotheses. Also, another thing we're really excited about, specifically also at Bio, is Future House agents and other AI agents. And so basically, the Future House agent tool suite, they have 4 agents. One is a crow search that is a really like you get a fast answer based on scientific papers, and it cites them, and basically it has access to the databases where the research is stored, and you give it a question, and it will come up with like a scientifically correct answer, also including the sources. It has also other tools, like you can ask it for an idea if someone has done that before, so you quickly say, hey, has anyone tried XYZ before? And it will look up the latest research, and it will give you an answer to that. And they're building also a lot of stuff at the moment, so this might be not the end agent from Future House. They recently released something called Robin that was able to do an end-to-end experiment. And they claim that it already is generating new science, kind of, and yeah, also achieving really good benchmarks. And the idea is actually that we're not competing with them with Aubrey, rather we integrate other agents and letting agents communicate. So you don't want to compete and say we build that functionality ourselves, rather you enable Aubrey AI to reason, and if it thinks that would be a useful task for Future House, it calls that agent, kicks off a task, and then comes back with the results. Already tested that, not live yet, but it's also a bit hard because their API just got released and we need to reverse engineer how they did it, but it's kind of working already. Yeah, so a bit of timeline. So basically at the Token 2049 conference in Dubai, late April, we had a proof of concept. We had Aubrey live in the cloud, so LEV could test it. Other people could test it in the Discord. They had a lot of feedback, and this was really helpful for us. In the next cycle, so until today, we implemented that feedback specifically around like, hey, Aubrey should have a British tone like the real Aubrey. It should use Cambridge English and feedback like that, but also obviously, hey, this is factual wrong. And Caitlin, she's the director, scientific director of LEV Foundation. She queried it a lot and actually, yeah? 5 minutes, okay. So she's designing a new study, the RMR2 study, and she used Aubrey to help her designing that study, and she asked it. But this is on the next slide. But basically, this feedback is really helpful to create something useful that scientists will use, hopefully. And also the Bio AI team leaned in, and a lot of the things I presented, for example, Future House or the knowledge graphs, are ideas coming from the Bio AI team, and yeah, we are developing this together. So end of July, we hope we can launch a beta with 100 longevity enthusiasts. They're all testing the terminal and generating ideas and discussing ideas. And also we hope we have the knowledge graph integration live. So that would be the goal for end of July, to really get more feedback from people that are in the niche of longevity. Oh, there was one more slide. Yeah, that was basically, so what I wanted to say is that the research team from LEV is already testing it. There was one slide where you could see the Discord chat. So Caitlin was asking it about labs in Spain and what kind of services they offer, and if she could ship mice from A to B. That was really interesting to read that conversation. And last, we can ask Aubrey, want to demo something? Hey Aubrey, can you please tell a joke to the DeSci crowd at DeSci Berlin? It'll take some time. Yeah.
DeSci Berlin. You're the mRNA jab for fossilized grant committees, a few lines of code, colossal rejuvenation, and rolled out quicker than mitochondria can mutate. Keep injecting that energy and we'll be clinking steins at your 150th demo day.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Awesome, thank you. Soon AI is going to take stand-up comedy. Cool, thank you so much. One of the best things about my job, so I work as a scientific communicator, and I also sort of branch out into product comms as well, but one of the best parts of my job is that I'm essentially being paid to learn about stuff, which is like, I don't know how I managed to wrangle that, but it's great. And the next panel is something that I'm very excited to learn more about, and I'm really looking forward to hearing it, which is From Knowledge to Hypothesis, How AI is Changing the Way Science Begins. The panel will be led by Akash from Bio, and we'll have Jay, Martin, Gunjan, and Mark. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Hey everyone. I just want to start off by saying this is probably the most optimistic and enthusiastic that I have been about decentralized science. I first attended a DeSci Berlin in 2022, and I think that just the macro trends of optimism in crypto and adoption, plus the incredible progress within artificial intelligence, and finally the incredible talent that we see converging in this space means we are really approaching the precipice of something very special. And I'm really excited to be joined by my brilliant panelists today. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Gunjan Paul
After the
and I'm
presenter
from
is
Validoff.
turned off,
I'm the core
please
member who
take
is
back the
developing the
USB
flow.
receiver to avoid
And
losing it.
I'd like to share about flow in these days. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Martin. You just heard from me. I'm from the coordination network, so I'll leave it at that.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm from Cerebrum DAO, developing solutions for neurotechnology with Web3 and crypto.
And my name is Akash. I was previously a co-founder at LabDAO. I've worked in big pharma, and I just joined the Bio AI team. I'll start this off with Mark. I'd love to hear, where are Bio DAOs really thinking that AI is going to have the most progress, both like today and perhaps maybe 3 to 6 months from now?
Yeah, good question. I think especially like the roadmap of AI is really important to put into perspective when we have all these ideas and optimism. I first break it down to like what are the most basic things that we can do right now to accelerate. So for example, developing endpoints for trials that we want to run. When, like one example, we're developing a clinical trial, we needed a blood biomarker. First we were looking at amyloid, then eventually we came to a p-tau 217, partially just by using OpenAI deep research. So just accelerating what we want to do, characterizing it in studies, endpoints, and just like kicking off that whole process is really accelerating. And for the future, what I'd love to do is have the data that we get from studies, like, because that's really the core of a BioDAO. Like, if everyone can access ChatGPT, what's the most unique thing you have? It's the data you're creating from laboratories in Zurich or from studies that are being run. We've heard a lot about these being kicked off. And how are those going to modify your knowledge graph to create those new unique hypotheses that you can then execute on because you're basically the first to get that knowledge?
So it sounds kind of like the existing AI tools, for example, OpenAI Deep Research, are really kind of fueling the progress within the BioDAOs right now, but there's a lot of optimism about where these tools are going. Gunjan, I know you've been working on this at ValiDAO. Can you share a little bit about how you guys are thinking about this?
Yeah, so for us, we use like a lot of models, different models from OpenAI, different models from Perplexity. We use deep research from Perplexity. And what we noticed, they have different capabilities for different type of tasks. And in terms of any kind of knowledge finding from existing data, we use the knowledge graph. And the knowledge graph is helping us in a better way. Like we always get a lot of deep research, but we can't directly find a direct connection between different kind of work done previously. But using the knowledge graph, we are able to find it in a better way to connect different dots. Okay, this research done in this way and this research done in this way. We can connect both and can do something very different or something very exciting in that same space.
Yeah, I think everyone here has heard the term knowledge graphs a ton. I'd love, Jacek, if you could maybe speak to the project that Martin teased in his presentation, HypeGen, and how you guys are thinking about using knowledge graphs for generating novel hypotheses.
Right. So, like in general, they are known, or like there are two ways of looking for new discoveries in science. And one is what is referred to as a literature base, that it basically grounds the new hypothesis based on the facts that are already described and talked about in literature. And the second one is what is being called data-driven approach. And this one specifically looks more into the data, so empirical results, and start to looking for correlations and insights within the data itself. But what I think is actually the most promising, and I think this is what Mark was also saying, is combining of these two worlds. So basically looking at what is in the data, looking for these correlations, for new insights, because this is really the source of new knowledge. And then grounding this in literature. So specifically what we are doing right now, we are focusing solely on the literature-based approach. So we are mining scientific papers. We are turning them into knowledge graphs. And then within these knowledge graphs, we actually let the agents have these walks. So explore these knowledge graphs. And there's multiple ways to do it. One of the ways we are right now investigating is the interest-based approach. So we are trying to mimic with agents the way how scientists are also exploring science. So basically looking for interesting or surprising connections. So you can imagine an agent just that goes from node to a node. And at every single node, he sees its past history of the nodes he traveled, and also all the neighbors in the neighborhood of the current node. And he asks himself the question, what is the most interesting node I can go to in order to optimize for finding a novel, surprising connection that can later on be turned into a hypothesis? So these agents traverse through this knowledge graph, and this is the way we extract subgraphs. With these subgraphs, we then have another agent that basically tries to score how relevant it is, how novel it is, and how actually how the potential it has for hypothesis. Once it passes test, it goes to a hypothesis generator that basically expands the context. It iteratively adds new sources, uses deep research, then it uses bioinformatics tools to provide more empirical data. And based on this extended context, it creates hypotheses that it goes through multiple layers of validation. And once the process is done, it is being posted as a post on social media or on HypeGen, where we want researchers to be interactive with them. So I think the biggest problem with using AI for hypothesis generation is that it's just super cheap to create one, right? And they might not be really relevant, and we might be just overflooded with like gibberish, basically. So with HypeGen, we took a different approach because we want to bring as many interested bodies into the system, so everyone can create with us their own knowledge graph. And every knowledge graph can go through the same process of extracting the subgraphs and posting them on HypeGen in order to increase the agency. So if you have hypotheses that are relevant to your field, you're much more involved in this, and you're much more likely to actually process them, validate, and explore them. So this is what we are doing with HypeGen, and maybe Martin can also mention a few words.
Sure. Yeah. I think what I always really love when Jacek talks about what they're doing, because I think he has a good way of kind of pedagogically walking through this complexity, because I think kind of tied to what you were saying, there's a lot of nuance as to what approach you're taking to generate the hypotheses. And so what's exciting with HypeGen, it's like packaging all of that up into a post that you then like or don't like. And I think this is what we're trying to then work towards. And another interesting anecdote related to that is I was speaking to Andrew, one of the co-founders of Future House, who was mentioned earlier, and he also brought up that in their testing of their agent frameworks, one of the issues they faced is that the hypothesis is like they lack taste. So these autonomously generated hypotheses, they're like kind of bland at times, or they don't like speak to the scientist. And so another element that we're trying to address by creating this social experience is that taste question, so that you can actually like very quickly give a sense of like beyond the thematic relevance, does it, excite you? And so speaking to Jacek's point on surprise, that's opened up a whole avenue of exploring like how do you incorporate this element of surprise and taste into the generation process. So I think that's maybe an element that I'd add, that it's the UI of how to then bring this to a broader audience can be just as much about those things as then kind of the scientific validity. And of course, you want both of those combined. So that's another element we're trying to have there to make this fun kind of gamified experience that then lets us both understand that this is high quality, but also that it's, engaging in a way.
I'm wondering on the taste comment. Obviously, all of us have used ChatGPT, Claude, and whatnot. And one of my observations is that for things I have a high level of expertise in, it's not so helpful, but for new things, it can be quite helpful. And I'm wondering, maybe within the scientific literature, if you're trying to probe on a already well-trodden path, maybe these AIs do really need more refined taste. But if you think about, Ed Boyden presented yesterday, and he discussed this idea of how do we engineer serendipity. You know, optogenetics is a very interesting overlap between biology and physics. How can we maybe engineer these AI frameworks, these knowledge graphs in a way where we are actually engineering that serendipity? Mark, do you want to maybe take a stab at this?
I guess I'm thinking more usually on the practical applications. Like, what do you mean by serendipity? What would be the...
I guess, like, right now, a lot of the BioDAOs seem to be obviously focused on their particular therapeutic area or their particular field. Do we see a future where maybe Cerebrum DAO is collaborating with Microbiome DAO? Because obviously the gut-brain axis is a big thing. I guess how do we build both the social but also the technical foundations to facilitate that collaboration?
Yeah, so that goes really in the direction of the knowledge graphs can exchange and talk with one another. Like, I imagine every BioDAO having its own API so that they can be interacted with. For Microbiome DAO especially, like we've been talking about setting up a collaborative study. I wrote up a quick summary with ChatGPT Deep Research, you know, to kick it off. But that's really where we want to go. We have the different DAOs creating unique information about their particular domain areas of expertise. Knowledge graphs are vetted by, for example, in Cerebrum, the translational neuroscience team. And then we can get unique hypotheses by connecting these DAOs together, which I think we wouldn't normally have. So that's like the long-term goal that I see for sure. And I think like one thing we haven't really talked about, like there's hypothesis generation, but what I find super useful is when we bring in the data science tools to the large language models, like you have with Julius AI. So if I run a quick POC study capturing EEG data, I can do a literature research. I can see what endpoint I'm probably looking for, like how the data should be changing with a different scenario. And then, you know, basically just do the basic data science, graphing, create basic ML models from that data. And this is where I think we could really have some opportunities to integrate the backends of R and Python into the agents so that you can then really run your data, get your results, and then that should then feed back into the knowledge graph. And then I think that's where we start to get serendipity, especially when there's connections between the different DAOs and their unique studies and the unique data coming out of them.
And Jacek, I know with HypeGen you were kind of describing the social media application. So right now, the hypothesis generation, as I understand, is pretty autonomous, but we still introduce, you guys still introduce the human in the loop with regards to like upvoting or downvoting these hypotheses. Are humans still here to stay, or are agents going to take over in 6 to 12 months?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I think, so recently I was at the medical conference and they were showing results of one study. Basically, the performance on diagnostic task that was performed by 3 groups. One group was just medical doctors. The second group was medical doctors that use ChatGPT or some other Gen AI tool. And the third group was just generative AI tool that was just given the picture and the description and was supposed to give a prediction. And surprisingly to me, the worst performing group was doctors that use ChatGPT. And the best performing group was the ChatGPT itself. Like, it made me think, like, how come it is? I mean, doctors, they spend years on studying and having so much experience as well in the field. And I would imagine that combining these two forces, it can really accelerate and make the performance much better. But I think the problem is that the doctors are not really taught how to use them. So they rely on generic answers from Gen AI tools like ChatGPT, and they are generic. You know, they are made for average. There's basically an average of all of our responses throughout the training process. So I would like to see the future where actually the symbiosis is, so the group that combines both doctors and Gen AI tools is the best performing one, because I think we still need a human touch. So going back to your previous question, I think like what I've been finding in the subgraphs that we've been generating is that they do lack taste. Indeed, like just coming back to what Martin said, referring to the conversation. And I think it's because they lack curiosity as we have as humans. And I think this is one of the hardest things to mimic or to train for, because LLMs specifically, they train on tokens, on words, without any real connection to the real world. And when you observe a kid who's just learning everything, you go for a walk with your son or daughter, and he or she just stops all the time because they can interact with this world. They can touch it, they can look at it. And I mean, this itself just drives the curiosity. So I think how we can engineer this curiosity in AI is exactly by combining them with humans. So like we have a new pilot project that we expose knowledge graph in form of a more playful experience where everyone can interact and everyone can just start navigating. So it's more of a game, but you can also chat with the knowledge graph. So basically you can ask all the questions about the nodes and how they're related. And what is interesting that we can also mine these patterns of how people are traversing through the graph. And I think this is a great source of embedding curiosity in the graph as well by just looking at how people are interacting with it. Specifically also HypeGen, because it allows for researchers to grade not only hypotheses, but also subgraphs that were the base for these hypotheses to be generated. This provides a reward system that we can later on use to train our agents in reinforcement learning, basically by giving them rewards of which subgraph was actually interesting for humans. You know? So I think there's so much for us to be to give also to AI, but I think I would like to see this as a more of symbiosis parts. I mean, AI is great at analyzing data really fast, have like PhD level scientists in your pocket. But I think some parts of human nature is irreplaceable, and I see the future where we coexist together.
Let's hope. I think the idea of taste is super interesting, and seeing where humans are traversing the graph as sort of a signal for that is fascinating. In DeSci, we're quite diverse in our like ethnicities, educations, professions. Gunjan, I know ValleyDAO has been working pretty actively on internal AI initiatives. I'm wondering, how are you guys thinking about the variety of users that your community has? Are the products that you build inherently different based off of these various user archetypes within your community?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, definitely. We are right now only focusing on climate biotech and those who are using synthetic biology for building different kind of products. But at some point in DeSci London, I think we faced an issue that people with different focus and different fields, they are very interested to use our product and build their technology development and business development. At that point, we had to generalize every prompt to make it more broader focus, like not only climate and synthetic biology. So yeah, the prompt we developed is helping more people, more users in different fields. Yeah, this is how we are tackling this issue right now. But with the time, I think we are building a centralized knowledge graph, and I think it will help other people in future, like because the knowledge graph is not for one project or one user, it's for all the users we have on our platform flow. So yeah, this is how we are tackling. And yeah, I want to add one more thing that you mentioned, the curiosity. Yeah, that's very important. Actually, I had my bachelor thesis on how to integrate curiosity on robot in reinforcement learning to to minimize the path for the drone. So this is what I can see is missing in current LLM models. They're not very curious. You are just giving your answer and like, okay, this is the response you have. But some prompt technique are there which making it work like a PPO model. Proximal policy optimization is like it starts fighting with each other. So this is one very interesting topic to explore in LLM.
Cool, and I know we're nearly out of time right now, but Martin, just maybe you can close us with, what is it about DeSci that makes us different? You spoke a bit about the incentive mechanisms of creating these graphs kind of in the open, like Gunjan's saying. Could you just give us some closing thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think like what is the reason we've been able to do what we've been able to do is because of the openness, the willingness to share across these communities. And I think to the curiosity point, to the cross-pollination, that's, I think, something that is such a huge opportunity, that the principles of openness, basically, of this community is what allows it to be like a competitive advantage over more closed ecosystems. And so, in pursuit of this, what's fun is, as you can see, there's multiple different initiatives moving towards trying to address this from multiple different perspectives, and there's an openness to discuss and collaborate. And so I think that's what will really that's what creates this opportunity now to make progress very quickly and to start uncovering where there are these cross-pollination opportunities. So I think with that being the next thing that needs to be addressed, this community has the ingredients and the expertise across different domains and the willingness to collaborate to make that happen very quickly. So, and then on top of that, having programmatic and open incentive systems to help both on the immutable attribution side and then also on the reward side is part of what brings that entire system together in a viable and flourishing ecosystem as well.
I just realized we have 5 minutes left, so maybe we have a bit more time. And Jacek, I just realized cross-pollination BR. That's why you guys are called BR, right? That's quite clever. Maybe just to double-click a little bit on this, let's say in the analogy where you have two BioDAOs working together, how do you engineer the system so that the flowers smell good for both BioDAOs?
Right. So actually, I think, so this is something we discussed before here. I think the most interesting things that we can discover in Knowledge Graph is on the edges. So where different BioDAOs are meeting with their own expertise. Because these are really not well discovered. So before starting BR, I was focusing on machine learning research, and I had a pretty small niche of knowledge representation within language models. But I was not really going out beyond this because there was just so many papers every day that I had to go through if I really want to stay just updated with my own field. So I think like this is pretty universal for a lot of fields. So that's why I think like the most interesting parts are really on the edges. So what we want to do with Hydrogen is basically, this is a call actually to everyone. So if you're running a lab, if you're in BioDAO, if you're just independent researcher and you're working on something, you have your own niche, and you have like 100 papers that is actually fundamental for your research. Just come to us. We'll build a knowledge graph for you. We'll expand on this, and we'll add it to our larger knowledge graph. So then we can actually start combining these different research fields. And then having this analogy of agents traversing through a knowledge graph. We can basically specify where he should start in a specific domain, so for example in longevity, and ask him to go somewhere in psychedelics, And this is the path he can go. He can cross the borders between different domains. And I think this is really what is going to really drive us forward and bring us new novel connections that are there but are not discovered yet. So I would say this would be probably the most interesting path forward.
I guess we should change it from let's get cooking to let's get buzzing as a community. I think we're out of time right now, so thank you all for joining, and hope you guys enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Cool. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Okay, we've got a 15-minute break to coffee and refresh, and I'll see you guys back here in 15 minutes, strictly. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello and welcome. Everyone, can you please sit down? Hi. Can we get one of the volunteers to tell the people outside and in the work, like in the cafe space? Jingwei, can you do it? Can you tell the people outside and in the cafe space that we're going to start again? Hello. Oh, I'm very loud now. How is everyone? At pressure of death, I was asked, so last night we had a dinner And we ended up playing this game. I don't even know how it started, but it was like charades for crypto terms. And so we had, we had legal wrapper, we had liquidity pool, we had bullish and bearish. And so I was asked today to give you one and see if anyone could guess. So this is specifically related to finance. Any ideas? Any ideas? I can see you filming me. What am I doing? I'm smoking. It's related to a safe wallet. Multi-sig! Hey! Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, cool. Next up, we have Maria talking to us about Mira. So Maria is our lead product designer at Molecule, all-round fantastic person, and is going to be telling you a little bit about what we're building. Cool, thank you.
Okay, and how do I set the presentation? Okay. Hey, everyone. How are you? Welcome to day 2. I'm super happy to be here to see so many new faces. Also, it's really nice. Louder? Okay. So I am Maria. I am the lead product designer at Molecule. I've been a designer for over a decade and across several industries. I transitioned to Web3 in 2020, and I joined Molecule in 2022. And I gotta say that designing for DeSci and designing in this space has challenged all of my assumptions. Like, working for such a complex set of users and such a complex use case have really pushed the limits of my understanding of what product to human interaction is. The thing about DeSci is DeSci is trying to unite two opposing, in many cases, and very, very different communities and user groups. On one side, we have researchers, and on the other side, we have degens or PhD gens. And DeSci is trying to harness the power of the blockchain infrastructure to be able to give meaningful use cases to both of them for the benefit of science and also for the benefit of humanity as a whole. So at Molecule, and as a designer, we've been building products to basically help researchers do DeSci, and by doing so, reimagine how research is funded, how research is and science is owned, and how science is shared. We've developed products so people can register ideas on-chain, can also tokenize IP, fundraise and trade scientific assets, and also just now recently we launched a product so people can track and share progress about their projects. The one thing that all of these products have in common, because they are completely different for completely different audiences, for completely different use cases, is that until now, all of them require human intervention and human action. All of those products were for researchers, for DAOs, for funders to interact with and to take action and control on their own, and they were designed for human interaction. But now we're entering a completely different time. So now as a designer, we're integrating AI and designing with and for AI. So I'm just curious, how many of you feel like you guys are AI users, you guys use AI-powered tool on daily basis, weekly basis? How many of you are AI builders? How many of you are AI lovers? How many of you are AI skeptics? Interesting. Okay, nice. So yeah, for me, I think it's a really beautiful time because we get to work and design with this completely new element and layer in between us. But at the same time, it's a time where we do need to rethink about interaction, about trust, about transparency, about control, and also about human identity, right? And I do think, like, in all of these cases, whenever we do use tools that are AI-powered, we often need to think about the role that we play. Like, as a designer, if all of a sudden I have a tool that takes all of the design tasks away from me, like, what am I? So I'm also guessing, like, if researchers and science start, it's run by AI, then what's the identity of scientists, and, like, what's the role that we play in it? So just like we are entering the AI era, DeSci is also entering its DeSci era. And although we've been, like, super busy building molecule labs, we save some time to play with AI and LLMs. And I am here to present, a very humble, very, very primitive version of Mira. Mira stands for Molecule Insights and Researcher Assistant. It's just a humble tool for researchers and people that are coming into DeSci to learn about the space, onboard, discover our products, and just resolve their most basic questions. And I just want to share, like, a couple of insights while building this tool that I just wasn't aware before building, anything that has to do with AI. We made her aware of her flaws. Like, at the beginning, she was, like, super confident, was taking context from all over the place and give it very inaccurate answers about what is DeSci, what our products do, and, what you can do with them. So we make sure that we had, some tools and monitoring in place to make sure that the context she's using is accurate and it's been, curated, and it's actually useful for people. The other element is that we wanted her to be aware and conscious that she does not have always an answer. So whenever she doesn't have the right context or the answer, she's going to literally direct you to one of our team members, likely Rafa and Yingwei. So we wanted her to be like just a simple tool to then reach to our team, and instead of, like, hallucinating and inventing, like, a random response. And and thirdly, like, we just want this to be, like, the beginning of, like, a new set of products that we're going to deliver. This is now an assistant to help you resolve some basic questions, but in the future, we imagine that she might help you, interact directly with some of our products and our primitives. So I invite you all to test it out, and just get back to me with whatever feedback and ideas you have about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. And as she said, go play with it, test it, and let us know what you think. Feedback is always super critical for us. And so we love having a community who does, really mess around with our products and lets us know when something needs fixing or needs to be improved. Okay. Next up, we have Brian Magursky speaking. Brian is the founder of Cerebrum DAO, super active member of the DeSci space. And right before he came to DeSci Berlin, he was actually, in fact, meeting with 2 researchers that Cerebrum DAO had helped fund and kicking off their project Transfidelity, which is going to look at longevity and brain health. So welcome to the stage, Brian.
Hey, everybody. So DeSci Berlin is becoming like a milestone point for Cerebrum DAO, so like a checkpoint to see how we've been doing. And so I'm going to give a little bit of a retrospective to see what we've developed over the past 2 years. I remember back at DeSci Berlin 2023, I believe, we were just getting started. So it's been an interesting journey, and then I really want to talk about the road ahead, because I feel like with how do I move this? Do you know how I move this forward? Clicker. Okay, cool. Let's click it. Awesome. Okay, cool. With DeSci Berlin, I feel like, and with DeSci in general, we're constantly just proving ourselves. And so we go from one proof point to the next proof point to the next proof point. And it's really remarkable how fast things have developed even over the short period of 2 years. So Cerebrum DAO, yes, we're envisioning a world without brain diseases. So we're targeting and seeking to end all brain diseases for everybody. So all of your brains in the audience here can hopefully thank us one day. We've been on quite a journey. So 2023 DeSci Berlin, we were doing community activation, just like let's see if we can get people to follow us. And one of our core team members, Yatan, he runs operations. I met him at this conference in 2023. He has a family member that's dealing with a brain illness, and this meant something to him, and now he's an active part of doing something about it, which is absolutely fantastic. A year later, if you fast forward, we launched our token, the Neuron token, on the Bio Launchpad. We raised $2 million in total through private pre-sales as well as the live auction. In order to kind of build confidence, we had to attract top-tier neuroscientists and drug developers to actually show that our community is probably going to get something done if we raise the money. And so we were able to do that and really pull in people from outside of DeSci in the dozens with real deep expertise. Next, we had to prove, can we actually build a pipeline of interesting projects and opportunities that otherwise would not get funded, and have promise for becoming actual therapeutics for humans like us. So we were successful. We filtered through 150 plus projects. We identified 3 that we wanted to invest. We invested in the IP. We successfully outsourced some of that IP from top tier universities, and we minted 3 IP NFTs over that period. And then we had to prove, could we actually take these projects and manage them effectively and move things forward and achieve some proof points. And out of those 3 projects, we've advanced 2 past their first milestone. We did follow-on financing through Molecule's platform for an IP token. We raised $450,000 of additional capital into 2 projects. And those projects are well underway, and one of those is actually going into first-in-human trials very shortly, like within weeks. We just submitted last 3 weeks ago to the IRB, so we're expecting to start those trials within the next 3-4 weeks. And we just minted our 4th IP NFT as well. I'll talk about that in a second. So here's our portfolio really quickly. Percepta is the one that's going into human trials. Fission, we hit our first milestone. We did in silico screening of billions of compounds, did AI optimization on it. We've identified 50 molecules targeting mitochondrial dysfunction. Those are now being synthesized and going into the next phase of work there. So really fantastic progress. And we did kick off Transfidelity at the University of Basel yesterday, or 2 days ago, sorry. We minted this yesterday. I did it right here at DeSci Berlin. It's a project that took 1.5 years. We out-licensed it with 3 university tech transfer offices, actually crazy. It was the first project I identified when we got started, and it took the longest, but we got it done. And it's really promising. It's based on a therapeutic that did make its way into phase 2 trials. So we're incredibly hopeful on the safety profile of this. And the researchers have patentable IP that made it 100 times more effective. And we've invested in a couple equity companies. These are platform companies going into clinic or in clinic around the amyloid hypothesis. Big dollars, not something we can play in, but we wanted to have a role and a seat at the table. So that's tremendous. That's all happened in 2 years, which is really mind-blowing, because my thought with DeSci was, is anybody going to care? Is anybody going to come? And are we going to find anything interesting to fund? And can we attract the talent that can actually do the work that we need to do? And it's been really inspiring, because even when you look at the neuroscientists and the drug developers, with deep experience, with decades of experience in pharma and biotech, they're actually really excited and almost giddy about what they can do, because a lot of what we're allowing them to do and experiment on were things that they were restricted from doing in industry, just because of conservative nature. They're like, these are experiments we wanted to run, these are things we wanted to try, but we were never allowed the budget to actually do it, and so now they're getting to do it with us, and we're seeing tremendous progress. The next thing I think we need to achieve as DeSci, and at least is how Cerebrum DAO is thinking about it, is we've attracted like dozens of people from industry from outside of Web3 into Web3, and they're actively working with us. My question is, how can we attract the millions to hundreds of millions of people that are affected by these diseases, the patients themselves, and activate them in our community so that they're participating? They're participating in the research, they're sharing their data, they're owning our tokens, they're funding our projects. And I think this is going to be a real breakthrough if we can solve this. And I think the way you do this is not expect them to come to you. You need to go deep into the communities where they live today and speak to them about something that's critically important to them and show them something that's different, that is going to engage them and pull them in. The challenge for us, though, is we're ending brain diseases, and brain disease is a massive market. And so if you look at it across neurodegenerative disease, neurovascular, psychiatric disorders, brain tumors, et cetera, where do you start? Like, what patient community do you go talk to? How do you get them interested? You can't just say, we're going to end brain disease and get people excited about participating actively. And so it's close to half the population that's affected by these diseases right now. So it's a rich target market, but what's the message? What's the call to action? And so we drilled down and we said, okay, let's go look deeper into this and say, well, let's not look at brain diseases. What if we looked at neurodegenerative diseases? Well, each of these, there are many of these, and each of these has many of different types and communities. And so let's look at Alzheimer's. And we call Alzheimer's disease, but it's not a single disease. It's many diseases with many different profiles. And so you can look at it everything from high risk, not determinative, like sporadic APOE4. Familial Alzheimer's is determinative. If you have these mutations, you will get Alzheimer's today, unfortunately, because we don't have therapeutics yet. And then other types as well. So now we need to go even deeper. And let's hit familial. So you got 3 mutations here, the presenilin 1 and 2, and the amyloid precursor protein. And you can't even just look at familial Alzheimer's, you need to drill even deeper than that. And when you drill into amyloid precursor, you find out that there's some various mutations around the world that we know about. And these are only because the data is in certain Western markets. I'm sure it's much more prevalent than we think. And then you have trisomy 21 overexpression. So if you've heard my pitches before, I have a daughter with Down syndrome. Trisomy 21 is the technical term for Down syndrome. They have a triplicated 21st chromosome, amyloid precursor proteins on the 21st chromosome. It's overexpressed. It produces amyloid, and other biology in people with Down syndrome causes Alzheimer's early in life. So that's the opportunity. So now we've drilled all the way down, and what do we find? We find the Down syndrome community. And what is the Down syndrome community? It's 6 million people globally that have the condition. But when you look at family members and caregivers, you look at a number that's more like 24, 36, 40 million people that are affected, that care about solving this problem. What's happened with this population? Well, they're the largest population that are having Alzheimer's, and they're on a pathway to get Alzheimer's. But they've also been largely underserved by Alzheimer's research. And so it's a community that's starving for solutions to Alzheimer's and is completely underserved. And so one example of that is we do have FDA-approved therapeutics for Alzheimer's disease. They were approved in 2021, the first one. People with Down syndrome weren't allowed to even get prescribed the therapeutic until 2024 when the federal government intervened and demanded it, because they've been chronically excluded from clinical trials. And so you got a population of people that is on a pathway to Alzheimer's disease, and you're not even studying them in clinical trials. So there are a lot of organizations we can go to. And these are only some of them. There are many more. I missed a lot. We've had tremendous response from clinicians that serve adults with Down syndrome, from clinicians that serve programs of people of all ages with Down syndrome, and researchers who have been focusing on this. And so there's an active community, and it's really interesting. Just like the Down syndrome community has been underserved and eager to find participation, the researchers and clinicians also are. And so we've been warmly welcomed into organizations already to present and included in some newsletters that target researchers and clinicians with Down syndrome. So it's been fantastic reception so far. But it's great. We can go talk to these communities and say, hey, we're Cerebrum DAO, we're ending brain diseases, we want to do something with you. That's not necessarily even inspiring enough to get them activated and using our token and sharing and participating. So what do we need to do next? We need a compelling project. We need some call to action that says, if I join, I can participate and I see progress being made toward a solution. So this is a pre-announced. We're not closed yet. We're still. I'm putting my ass on the line to get this deal done right now, but it's an important one. So we found an amazing researcher, thanks to Molecule and Logan. Huge call out to them for sourcing this opportunity. It's a full cell line brain organoid model that's been developed by a wickedly smart researcher at MIT, who now is setting up her own lab at Harvard and Mass General. And so we're going to do a collaboration between MIT, Harvard, and Mass General. We're going to develop a brain organoid model, full cell line for Down syndrome, and we're going to create amyloid pathology, and we're going to go on a hunt for therapeutics and therapeutic targets with this. And so this is our next big project, and we're going to use this project as a call to action to bring in a patient community. So we want to see our community now, Cerebrum, which is 5,000-6,000 followers on social media, a couple thousand in our Discord server, and really couple hundred active. We want to see millions of people come in, and it's going to come from the patient community, and we're going to make it easy for them. No private keys, just you can get into our ecosystem, you can buy our token, you can fund a project, but then more importantly, you can participate in the research, share data, and earn tokens as well. And show a lot of love to this community, and hopefully create a pathway to solving Alzheimer's, not only for them, but the broad population as well, based on what we can learn from this project and this community. So if you have a brain and are interested in us, come and join the Renaissance. Our Discord's right there. You can follow us on X as well. A lot of our project updates get streamed from there. And we're also now integrated to the Molecule platform, so our research updates are going to get streamed directly into the Molecule platform as well. So thank you very much, and look forward to talking to anybody.
Cool. Thank you so much, Brian. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah. Cerebrum DAO is very busy doing cool stuff, and I always like, in the spectrum of DAOs that you get, and now that we're having more and more of them pop up, you really get like sort of these different phenotypes that are coming up. And I always kind of have like my two counterbalance points. So I'm like, you could get Cerebrum DAO, which is like, very professional, does these amazing projects, like Harvard, MIT. And then my other end of the spectrum is like always like SciDAO, where it's like self-reporting psychedelic data. Not to say that they are not professional and serious as well. They absolutely are. But it's just like your different types of audiences, which I always use those two sort of benchmarks of how a DAO community can form and how they can behave. Without further ado, our next speaker is Stefan. Where is Stefan? Is he here? Stefan? Okay, well, I can tell you about Stefan while we find him. Stefan so he worked with Molecule for ages, was a developer here, kind of was deeply involved in building out the IPNFT, IPT Launchpad, the Bio Launchpad as well, proof of invention, kind of almost, essentially everything we've done. And recently, he left us for WellShare, but never too far away. He does come pop in and visit us, but yeah, as a deeply integral part of what we built at Molecule, and a good friend of all of ours at Molecule as well, and also actually a Swiss Army knife, because he also just fixed the toilets for all of us because the flush broke. So super excited to welcome you to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Everybody still doing good? That's great. Okay, I think, so I've been at the front talking with my panelists that I'm going to join in 15 minutes. This is the talk that's going to prepare the panel. My name is Stefan, you already noticed that. And I changed the title a little bit. It's called now Breaking Out of Data Silos. Now, what people did for the last, I would say, 20 years is mostly that. They are building a data business. And the headline of this slide was actually created by Claude, because as everybody who's doing slides these days, they're summarizing everything with Claude, and I like that little title there. It's the same old dance. We collect users, we collect data from users, we clean the data, or we give some meaning to the data, and somebody in the end is gonna profit. This is how data business works on a rather naive level, but in general, I think I got it pretty much right there. This is how Google is monetizing users. This is how Meta was monetizing users. The data of the users is usually pretty worse, so it carries a lot of value because you can find insights, maybe to advertise on users, or to find insights to improve your own business. In other words, you can make money by owning users. And in the DAO ecosystem, I mean, I don't know, I couldn't really hear my own introduction because I was standing here and the audio is pretty bad if you stand on stage. But if Ella was introducing me, I was building the IPNFT stuff for Molecule, so I'm in that space for 2.5 years. And during the time at Molecule, I was also a little bit involved with what HairDAO built 2 years ago. And they built something like a patient portal. And this is a screenshot of it, how it looks today, and I hope I got the right screenshot there. But they allow people to upload pictures of their head. This is HairDAO, right? So they're caring about your head and about your hair growth, and this is their upload form. Now, if you look at Biohacker DAO, I don't know if anybody of the guys is here today, they do more or less the same. They ask you to please get an Aura token, copy-paste your personal Aura token into their little web form, and then they can access your Aura data. Then we have Long COVID Labs. Long COVID Labs had a type form on the website that said, if you want to onboard to our DAO, you can please fill out a form. Do you feel bad? Do you have fatigue? Do you actually are suffering from ME, CFS, and so on? They are collecting data using type form. We have Reflex DAO, which are building their own variables, which are storing data on Ocean Protocol. But in the end, they're also building up their own users. We have SleepFun, which is a Vanna data DAO, right? Data DAOs are a very own concept of how you can actually put data into buckets that are not controlled by one single entity. But, well, in the end, you mostly connect the user, you get data out of the user, you store data somewhere, and if you look at the Vanna protocol, this data it's actually not even defined where the data is stored. Each data DAO individually decides where they store the data. This is an example of Asterisk DAO. This is an example of Spine DAO. I just found the same thing in their documentation. This is something a little bit more old, is Evidation. They say, okay, if you just send data to us, you get some points, and if you earned enough points, you will get $10 reward. I think I started in March sending every day all the data I have, and this is how far I came, so I'm still not 30% on my $10. We have Reputable Health, which will join me on stage in just 10 minutes. And then we have WellShare. We tried the same. Before I joined the team, it was mostly the same thing. They built an app, they connected your Aura Ring, they connected two CGM devices, we collected data, we put the data in a database, profit. What I want to say is, wouldn't it be better if not everybody would collect the data on their own? Let me just pose one thing, and this is why I put this slide here. This also doesn't work. Let's just all in this room get together and say, let's agree on one data profile standard. All the users put their data into that standard, and so all the problems are solved. The problem with that is quite similar to this one. If you would try that, I can promise you, we just end up with yet another standard that nobody agreed on, because everybody thinks they can build better standards. Now, the great opportunity, and I don't really know a good way out of that. I only know that the more open you design a system and the more encryption you put into the system, the more likely it is that people will adapt it, because I'm not owning your data. I'm not owning your user. Nobody owns the user. The user owns their own data. This is the whole goal of decentralized data profiling. And so the outcome of that is, if we are creating new silos while we are trying to solve the same old problem. Particularly in the Web3 and DAO space, everybody, or all the DAOs, maybe, I don't know, if they want to simplify the login situation for the users, they create their own Privy account. Now, every user has a different account in all those DAOs. Now, you can use some technology to combine them again, whatever. But everybody is now building up their own user buckets again. And one of the reasons why most applications don't really want to provide their user base to other applications are those points. If an application is giving away their user data, I call it externalized profiles, right? So if they would use a profile that they don't own, this could threaten their own siloed business model. If they depend on their own user data to build models on it, they wouldn't just take the user data from somewhere and being unable to prove where the data comes from. Many of them are afraid that maintainers who build some kind of centralized system could profit from the collective data volume, right? If I just say, yeah, just give me all user data, I promise, this is cool, then you don't know if I maybe profit far more than you do from this collected data. The takeaway there is, or maybe one very important point, those data stores, if we would agree on one common data profile that we all can use for all of our users, this still very likely has to comply with regulations, right, with HIPAA or GDPR in Germany and all those regulations. So the point that we try to figure out, or how we try to approach it at Wildshare is, we say that a fully user-controlled health profile must be permissionless, useful for the users, and usable by the users. So why do we need user-controlled health profiles? In the long term, and I think we heard quite a lot of talks today already about that topic, and this is another headline that Claude built for me actually, AI agents will start hunting for data and they will do so autonomously. So how do AI agents learn something about the great mass of users? Where do they discover them? How do those agents ask for permission if a user wants to share their data with them? Who's paying for this access? So obviously the agents do, right? But what's actually the purpose of the payment there? What's disclosed for money? And what kind of other questions are coming up if you do that? Which currency are we using for that? And how do the users in the end stay in control in terms of, do they know who actually operated on the information and who can read their information? What we need is infrastructure for agent-to-patient interactions, and not more platforms that collect data randomly. The way that we are approaching that is by a protocol that we call the HPMP, which isn't mentioned here because we're just designing this one. It's a health profile matching protocol. So we don't want to compute over data. We want to match patient profiles with AI agents. And the data itself is kept as secret and encrypted and safe in a certain place until real use has to be made of it. So somebody will say, could I please see the data? And at that point, if they pay or if they have granted access rights, they can see the data. But in the first place, it's about how do you actually find the people who have the data that the AI researcher is actually interested in. Now, if you build this, there are lots of approaches how you can build that. The one that we are currently following, and I just want to drop the name here, is Nillion, which is, I think it's a US-based startup. They are building a decentralized data storage solution that allows you to compute over encrypted data, which is related to fully homomorphic encryption. They are approaching that topic on a pretty simple level, actually. So this is not comparable to Zama or something, but they allow you to store data on a decentralized network, and you cannot really look inside the data. So I don't know what's going to store there, but I can compute over the data. So I can actually find users, or the profiles of users, or the identifiers of users who potentially match a certain condition without asking SQL queries, right? Without just querying over, give me everybody above 50 or something, and give me all, and show me all the profile data. This is not what I see. I only get the user ID out. And the HPMP enables something, once the users are found, they can put the patient in the loop. So if agents actually come up with hypotheses that go in towards directions, for example, in mental health space, that they would like to interact with users and ask them questions, saying, okay, what's happening if you start behaving differently, when you sleep longer, when you reduce your calorie intake? Because I know the conditions you suffer from without seeing a real profile. Can you tell me what changes in your life? This is what the HPMP is going to enable. And what also is possible there, if a user identifier is privately linked to an address of the user, you can even send tokens to them as an incentive. This is nothing that Wellshare puts in front, because we actually don't believe that users gonna be, like Evidation, you've seen the example, are gonna be incentivized with money for data. This is something that's, I guess, leading to a little bit wrong path. But if you feel like you want to onboard the users into your ecosystem, you can still send tokens to them, because you will have an address that is ready to accept those tokens. The way that we are currently designing it is with an integration based on MCP, the Model Context Protocol, so agents completely, without any known API, can actually start discovering users on the MCP, and they pay with X402, which is a payment standard based on HTTP protocols by Coinbase. This is more or less how that flow would look like, right? So everybody in that ecosystem could profit from everybody else. And this is part of our pitch deck, but what's not part of the pitch deck is the yellow line. At the top, you see that some researchers could pay with stable money, with fiat money, with stable coins, to actually put value inside the system, and that value can trickle down during the different participants. Health applications can profit from that, and in the very end, if you think this is useful, also the users who put data into it can profit from it. And how much time do I have, actually? Are you taking time? 5 minutes. Let's stay on the previous slide. Don't have a timer here. The question that we were asked when we were building that old data collection application was mostly, okay, but where are your users coming from? We call this the GTM problem. How do you collect the users? How do the users get into the system? And mostly they say, yeah, you can, I don't know, give them money, evitation, right? So if you put lots of money on the user, they will just share the data with you. Users usually don't want to be incentivized with money if it's about their health or if it's about their well-being, right? I think the money is more or less just a side effect, or maybe the monetary incentive. It's mostly about creating new hope and new opportunities and personalized health offerings. So if you ask yourself as a user, why do you wear an Oura ring, right? So you wake up every morning, you look at how did you sleep, you feel not good, okay, you didn't sleep well, you already know that. So it's quite pointless to use the Oura ring itself. But now, Aura launched this private health agent, I don't know what it's called actually, but it's helping you every day, like to improve your sleep, your well-being. And I think this was the 5-minute sign. So it's like still 5 minutes? No, are you waving? It's still 5 minutes, okay. Around 5 minutes, yeah, okay. Where stop here. So, no, I lost it because you were showing me the 5 minutes. If the user, exactly, so the most interesting thing for the user is finding out if they are suffering from a certain condition, and I think long COVID labs has a very good point on that, like ME/CFS is a completely under-researched kind of condition, I'd say. Like many people would agree on that. Every person who suffers from ME/CFS, from the illness that COVID obviously could cause in the long run, you would be quite interested in providing your own information to researchers who at least try to help you, right? This is the only incentive you really have. I think it doesn't help if I promise you, okay, if you share your sleep data with me, you get $100. This doesn't really make sense. And what we are currently building, and this is also why I put some papers somewhere with improved UI, we have a little demo there, which is a reflex game. So it asks you to click a button. Very simple, it's vibe coded, took me like 3 minutes to build that. This is not the interesting part of the application. This application will upload or will actually create a data set out of your reaction times that we are storing on Nillion, and it's linked to a health profile. You're gonna see that when you're using the app. And the application cannot see your identity. It sees a session key that you are using. On my side, I can actually correlate your session key you use on the application with your account. So we can drop tokens on you, but that weird vibe-coded press a button application doesn't see your account. So it's actually decoupling the account or your account you have on that little button app from the actual health profile account you use to collect all your health data. You can also see the data you uploaded, and you can even win some money. I put the rules on that paper. It's not really secret, so please don't share anything really meaningful with it. But we are definitely continuing improving that along with what Nillion is building. And in a good Steve Jobs tradition, I would like to end with one more thing. How could you actually add information to decentralized user profiles, if you're a service, without coupling tightly to it, right? So we will, in a minute, I will be joined by Reputable Health on stage. And I was tasked with how can we actually build a system where people can take part in clinical studies or clinical trials, and how can we put the information, what happened there, in their health profile if you don't know Reputable Health? No, luckily I know them, but I don't want to make their lives hard. I don't want them to integrate. I don't want them to I don't know, create crypto wallets or anything. So they should ideally only disclose very little information to each user And with that information, users can actually create proofs that they participated in a clinical trial. And then they can put that information into their shared user profile. So the user profile now knows, in a decentralized and zero-knowledge proven way, that the user participated in a certain clinical trial that maybe dealt with Alzheimer's. This information is not really shared with anybody because nobody knows the account of the user. It's only the user themselves who knows that, and it's the fully encrypted database of Nillion. So with that information, AI agents can actually start looking for users who are potentially suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, and they can discover those users by their profiles because they can find the proof that they took part in the clinical trial. There's even a nice sequence diagram that illustrates that you very likely cannot read from the distance. But the most interesting line of that is the zero-knowledge proof creation. I don't know if anybody of you is really familiar with how zero-knowledge proofs work. Since I'm a smart contract coder, I really tried to not get familiar with them because this is highly complicated stuff, I thought. Let me just go back one slide. If you're a developer and you are wondering how I can utilize that easily, look for Noir. So with that language, with that framework, creating zero-knowledge proofs of anything is a piece of cake, honestly. And this is why it's not really rocket science building zero-knowledge proofs in this kind of flow. Those can be proven on-chain, which means if you have proof that you participated in some certain kind of study, you can even drop tokens on this person, if you want so, if this is your user model. Now, where's Welshare standing right now? We have built quite a lot of demos. We have evaluated a lot of software, particularly in the space of decentralized data storage and encryption and computation over this data, and we talked to a lot of users. We have had the demo first, so we built an application that showed us how users would react on data collection in general. What we are building next is actually this health profile base schema that would allow everybody who's building health applications to use this profile data, to put data in it, and to get data out, if it's the data that they provided themselves. So the major benefit of that is you don't have to build your own user profiles. You can just use the completely decentralized user profile that's already there. So we are, of course, looking for people who would like to discuss the schemas of that, of the kind of stuff, the usability, the idea of how you can get to the data, how you can index it and search over it. But this is what we're currently building on right now. Exactly. And the final thing of this whole story, of course, is the HPMP, which allows you to completely permissionlessly, without me in the middle, allows to ask Nillion nodes for certain user profiles that fulfill a certain condition. And yeah, that's my last slide, actually. Thank you very much for listening. And don't forget to scan the QR code of that little paper there. It's also there, and it's also there in the phone booth. You can win some money, but as I said, never about the money, yet you can put data on your profile, and it's sufficiently safe, I would say. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you so much, Stefan. You can actually just go and sit on the couch because you're on the panel.
Yeah, but I don't
right?
want to skip the...
Okay, cool, everyone. We are going to have a little panel, and then we'll break for lunch. So this panel is covering decentralized clinical trials. And we have, obviously, Stefan, and we have Reputable Health, we have Cerebrum DAO, we've got Molecule, and I think I'm forgetting one more. Huh? Future 4Care. Thank you. Perfect.
Incredible. Sure. Amazing. Hello, everyone. So I'm Aaron Weaver. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Molecule. I'll be moderating this session. And I mean, the discussion really here is about decentralized clinical trials and effectively how to leverage patient participation and maximize the degree of meaningful output out of these studies. So, I think one thing that the biopharm industry sort of struggles a little bit, well, at least deems to be effectively a challenge, is that trials are super expensive. They have very unpredictable outcomes. Not all stakeholders have a huge degree of visibility around what's going to happen. And it tends to be inherently the riskiest part of the process that we undertake, because human biology is just a lot more complicated than we actually understand it to be. But we've got a very diverse set of stakeholders and participants within the ecosystem here. And so what I'd like to do is just turn the mic, starting with Stefan, who's doing a double act now. We couldn't get him off stage.
I was opening up.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, this is part 2. But anyway, I mean, just a quick introduction across the panel.
Yeah, very nice. So you already have seen me speaking. Maybe another fun fact about me. So I built that molecular IPNFT stuff. I care a lot about zero knowledge. And I care about maximum decentralization and getting out the middleman, like figuring out how can you build a system that everybody can use without asking anybody else, right? So nobody should stay in the middle between data, users, and profit.
Hello, I'm Mark from Cerebrum DAO, working on product and also trial organization and execution.
Hi, my name is Nia Escobar-Kalla, and I work for Future for Care, together with pharma CROs and startups, bringing them together for innovation.
Hi, I'm Kyle, Reputable Health. We actually started as a DAO. We were on that landscape that you saw yesterday back in 2022. We're now a decentralized science platform and research org.
Seeing that you're holding the mic, I'll probably direct the first question to you.
Bring it.
And this is just to provide a little bit contextual overview to everyone. So maybe just explain the differences between a conventional clinical trial and a decentralized clinical trial, and what perceived benefits are, and I mean also probably like where have you seen any issues in terms of running decentralized clinical trials?
Yeah, it's a great question. So historically, clinical trials, you have to go somewhere, you have to recruit, it's very expensive to do these things. I've heard numbers in the US of 5,000 to 50,000 per participant, which is insane and probably not really reasonable for DAOs. In decentralized trials, people can do it in their home. Who has wearables? Oura Rings, Apple, right? We all have them. We're all generating data. So how can we harness that data and actually make that data meaningful? So decentralized trials can do that. There's at-home labs, all these sort of things that make it a lot easier. And I think to your point on benefits, I would say cost, right? Out the gate is a big one. We can get that down to a few $100s per participant.
Maybe I'll just sort of step in here and I can sort of turn questions over. And if anyone has a conflicting view or anything that they'd like to add on top, please let me know around that. But I mean, it was relatively uncontentious what you effectively said. But actually, Mark, I wanted to turn it to you because in the sort of group chat we had amongst this, there was an interesting point that you made about like gathering real-world evidence and trying to define clinical endpoints. And this is, I come from a Web 2 TradSci background, also TradFi too, before transitioning into this. And we had companies that had hundreds of millions of dollars invested into them, and they had pain points with regulators because they were fighting about endpoints in clinical studies, right? And so there was a lot of uncertainty running into these things, which caused a lot of disruption and friction within these entities. And, everyone believed they were delivering very meaningful patient outcomes in terms of the study they were doing. But, it's such an interesting point you brought up because, this should really help alleviate a lot of the risks. So, I'd love to, hear your thoughts about how you go about that.
Yeah, so I've had, I think, good bit of experience over the past 5 years in different organizations where we're setting up clinical trials, work with a CRO. One was for a neurotech product, and then there was a debate if it's a medical product or a consumer product. Do we have to go through a full clinical trial for it? And what I really love is the potential to do a form of a real-world evidence trial, which is traditionally done where a product has already gone through a clinical trial, it's deemed safe, and I think this is one of the most important things, protecting the people who are actually doing the trials. But I think if DAOs can have a model which is approved by regulators, where we use wearables on a wide scale, also with our different cognitive assessments for Cerebrum, or like Microbiome DAO, for example, doing their data collection. And we can use this as a way to do large-scale data collection under a study approval, where we're exploring endpoints as opposed to having like one specific intervention that we're trying to target. And then the next layer in that is working with companies like Reputable Health, where the endpoints have been very well defined, the outcome is known, the statistics, how many people we want to test, for how long is more well defined. I think this is like, it really makes sense also when you hear about like what the NIH is talking about right now, where they want to have more data, they want to use AI into establishing new ways to develop drugs. So it seems like everyone would want to do this. We just want to make sure that it's done in a protective way. And the incentive system where we can then bring in the tokenomics for individual DAOs to be the incentive for those real world trials, I think is really important. Because you also have incentives for running your decentralized trials, Kyle. And it makes sense that that's the way it's being done right now. But I think we can add this other layer so that they work together to improve the overall drug and intervention development pipelines.
Maybe just a follow-on question to this, and this is just sort of poking one of the pain points. I was speaking with the head of regulatory of a big pharma company, was sort of telling me about how painful it is to run a study in the United States because of the dropout rates and other compliance-related issues. So, you know, I'm curious, I hadn't sort of experienced this recently, but there's a concept of a professional patient. It really turns up in neuropsychiatry studies where they say they've got depression. They don't necessarily do. Mm-hmm. They take payment and then drop the medication in the bin and then and walk out. But like, on how would you think about perverse incentives if you're using, if you were using tokens effectively to incentivize people coming into studies? Because obviously you want an objective result. And I think conceptually, it's the right way to steward people, because the hardest barrier is actually participation and getting people motivated to run the study. But conversely, how do you think about?
Well, I think, so there's participation and also compliance. I mean, with any sort of drug study, I think that's a big challenge with decentralized trials, because by nature, you don't have a doctor with the person every day administrating an intervention. So I think that people should be invested in like what is being investigated, whether it's microbiome or whether it's neurodegeneration. So I think there should be that incentive that, you know, this is being done for the good of science, not just for the compensation that you could be receiving. And I mean, that's a big biased question, right? I mean, if you're doing a trial for Pfizer and you own stock in Pfizer, that would also be a bias, right? But I don't think that's restricted, as far as I know. So there's the incentives, but I think also for wider data collection, if we have a standard for how this is being done, then we can also alleviate some of those concerns.
Honing on the data collection point, this is, Stefan, a question for you. You know, discussing data health, health data sovereignty, right? And it's pretty topical at the moment because of the like 23andMe bankruptcy and, you know, things sort of floating around the web about like, you know, deconsent your data so that like people don't get it, etc. But I mean, like, I'd love to hear more about your views on like, is this too overlooked? Is Web3 like a big game changer here in allowing people to have sovereignty over their health data and the way it effectively gets used?
I think I don't know if everybody potentially still misunderstands one thing. Web3 is, of course, never so much about privacy in the first place, right? If somebody knows your account, somebody say it's pseudonymous, right? But it's pretty easy correlatable. So you're pretty much doxed when somebody knows your account. This is why Web3, from a blockchain perspective, doesn't solve any privacy problem at first. You need strong encryption, you need decorrelation, you need several accounts, I call it session keys, lots of those things. In preparation of the talk, I have a slide on it, which I didn't show, is actually the HIPAA is actually themselves, or HIPAA is, they have a long list of data breaches in the health ecosystem in the United States. And it's, I would,
probably very long, by the way.
oh my God. I wasn't aware, and since I'm a German citizen, so I'm not so much looking at what's happening in the United States for data breaches, but I was looking at that list and it's really insane. I would recommend everybody looking at that. It's insane how much data is flowing off official systems. And some people could ask the question, okay, but does that matter? Who cares about my health data, right? There's also a study about the black market price of health data, and health data by far is the most valuable data you could lose or sell.
Who's buying it?
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. So it's not me. if maybe we should build a black market DAO or something for health data. I don't know. So just buy all of that. Yeah, you must be very aware that privacy in this space plays a major role, and nobody, at least not users, usually are willing to pay for privacy. Privacy is not really a business model. Like you pay $10, so your data is very, very private. This is not really how it works. This is why I would say privacy always has to be a first thought, and every application should be as private as possible. And I'm doing that because I say, well, what if we just build one profile? And this is very secure because the best developers in the world built that. Please join me. Then nobody has to take care about that problem again, right?
So funny. It's like the corollary to the story about the start of PayPal when Max Levchin went to Peter Thiel. He said, oh, this encryption technology would be amazing for people to protect and make private what they're doing within the companies. And Thiel said, no. No one cares about privacy. Just allow them to send money encrypted. That's a much better use case. And,
I think when we also talk about privacy, we forget that it's not just your data being private, but you also having access to all your data, right? When we talk about clinical trials, like the traditional way is you have participants, they go through a trial, and then sometimes they have access to the outcomes. Most of the times they don't. And then when we looked into decentralized, actually what this does is empowering patients to have access to their information on a long term. So I think we sometimes just forget to look at it from both perspectives in terms of what do patients gain, but what do also other players gain, and how do we use that healthcare data, for a lifetime, and what are the implications for patients that are participating in these clinical trials?
You're connected to pharma and bigger parts of industry, and I'm just curious here about how deep do they see the value proposition within this, and particularly as how they also think about decentralized clinical trials and just the use of Web3 and even if DeSci is effectively on their radars.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think we all know that pharmaceutical industry is very closed down, especially when it comes to R&D, because it's just so capital intensive. And so it takes such a long time for them to look into a compound, then do the test, then move into clinical trials, and then launch it. So the risk in there is extremely high, and most of it, fails, as we know. So when you come to pharmaceutical industry and then you say, hey, we have this new way of having a different perspective, having more diversity in participants for the trials, of course, it's really appealing, but it actually increases the risk. So we have to make sure that the use cases we're bringing to the pharmaceutical industry are actually very compelling and reduce that risk. So I know that there are initiatives in Europe and in the US from pharmaceutical industries and CROs, like IQVIA, for example, where they do have, let's say, working groups, or they do have initiatives that support decentralized trials. However, that's still a bit like a side business, like a speedboat when you have the tanker. Some pharmaceutical companies are more invested, but I think it's hard sometimes for us to consider that it might not be fully integrated into the traditional R&D perspective.
What's the friction? Why is it just because it's a tanker and it's just set up that way, and they don't want to move? They don't want to move in that direction, or is it they're worried about the risk of execution and people being non-compliant in studies? What makes it so difficult on their part to lean into this?
I think I would say there are three key factors when it comes to, let's say, integrating decentralized tools into traditional R&D in pharmaceutical industry. First one is the human component. R&D has been done in a way that we know it for decades. It has changed, of course. We have AI, we have tech, we have everything coming in, but still the processes remain the same, and people just know how to work the way they work.
It's just like riding a horse when everyone's driving by you in a Model T Ford.
Exactly. It's like, why do I have to learn how to drive a car if I have a horse? It works. It takes you places. The effectiveness, different story, but human component is definitely one thing. The other part, I would say, is transparency. And it's really funny because, of course, we all want to have the evidence, and we all want to have access to the clinical trial because this is going to FDA, this is going to BFAM, this is going to the institutions. But sometimes some results in clinical trials are not really convenient to publish, especially when there is failure, especially when there are some side effects that they're not the most attractive to be disclosed. So it's this fear of risk and reputational risk. And I would say the third part is definitely patience. So pharmaceutical companies are just very used to having patients in the studies, and then that's it, that's over. But, and like you said, I mean, acquiring a patient is 5 to 50,000. So there's like a whole industry that is also sustaining the traditional business model that is interested in keeping it the way it is.
They obviously don't care about Eroom's law and the diminishing returns within industry.
Absolutely.
I always find it crazy that they say people need to accept that it costs $2.6 million to make a drug. It definitely doesn't need to cost that. So, I mean, Kyle, it brings me on a question about like just metrics and just quantifiably what's different with running trials in a decentralized fashion. So just maybe anything that you could share numerically around expense, time, just more ease in being able to effectively collect that and, benchmarking against like what it might look like conventionally.
Yeah, so our platform, we're able to recruit pretty fast within the platform. And I realize that there's other issues that arise with that. We have mostly people that already have wearable devices within our platform that then get recruited based on inclusion-exclusion criteria. We have to go outside of the platform oftentimes as well. But I feel like we're able to recruit a lot faster for studies. And I would see DAOs having the ability to recruit within their communities really fast as well. And then for us to get something through IRB all the way through the study, I think we're talking months instead of years, which is kind of a game changer as well. So those are some of the timeframes. And then in terms of cost, traditional studies, you could probably talk better to what those are costing, but I would say in the millions, and we're able to do decentralized clinical trials, starting pilots somewhere in the 20, 30K range, all the way up to, a few $100,000.
I got to say that's pretty impressive because I've seen things with some eye-watering numbers. And I mean, with the current state, at least the biotech markets, becomes rather quite challenging to navigate around that. So I'm curious, Mark, I just want to ask you a question about just running decentralized clinical trials for brain health and like how you think about how you set them up relative sort of quantitative measures. And just keeping people engaged because it is a little bit of a black box for people effectively studying it. And so generally it's like, if you want the best type of study, stick them in an fMRI, all of that. I mean, obviously that's insanely expensive. How do you strike the right balance on needing to get great data but trying to keep the cost down?
Well, that's all part of the discussion on the study design and the endpoint. So for one of our studies, we're using cognitive assessments as one of the standards. So tests like the MoCA, it's Montreal Cognitive Assessment, it's been developed to be administered digitally. This is also important. Like, for example, if you go in to get an assessment for Alzheimer's, you go through a relatively basic, form, but it has to be administered by a medical professional. This is what I went through with my mom. With cognitive assessments, they're going to be administered and validated already by an organization, and then we can take those over because we understand how the general population is going to score with the MoCA. If someone has mild cognitive impairment, we know what the score should be, and that's also what we're using for the trial recruitment. And then when we wanted to go to the next level, what you say the brain, it's difficult to image because it is, for many people, a black box. It's not going to be economically feasible to do MRIs usually, although there are costs hopefully coming down in the next maybe decade with cheaper MRI machines. So blood biomarkers are another thing that we can use, where we can see evidence of proteins or interactions that are related to memory. For example, the accumulation of amyloid or tau in the brain, which is one of the critical endpoints we looked at. So we found that we could do a dried blood spot test, which means a person can get a kit, they basically get some blood from their arm, and then they can just mail that in, which means they don't have to go in for a fluid biomarker blood draw, like into a hospital. What I'm really excited about, though, for the future is the ability to also bring in more neurotechnology products, either things that are based on like FNIRS or EEG, either EEG earbuds or smaller devices where we can do assessments, which would be related to understanding also how cognition is changing over time with different brain signals. So I think if you then take a step back and say, okay, there's cognitive assessments, there's traditional wearables, there will be new cognitive wearables coming up, there's blood biomarkers that are easier to capture, then you see you can actually capture quite a bit of data with a decentralized trial. You won't get the MRI unless you're paying a lot more money, but you really can understand what's happening in the study with the participants relative to the healthy populations. And that's really, what we capture with a clinical trial. So I was actually impressed that we could actually pull so much together into the current trial design, but it was an evolution, and now it's acting as a benchmark or a template for future trials. So if we raise another IPT for another indication, it's going to be a lot easier and faster to set up the next trial. And I think that's the really cool thing going forward.
It's an incredible flywheel, because it's like you also want to point at, like, I just keep on saying this, like point at the cost effectiveness of being able to do this and sort of say, and demonstrate that you've got like real quality like data output around it. So I'm sort of running up against time here. So one last question to all the panelists. So over the last few years, there's been a little bit of a breakdown in trust between scientific experts, public health authorities, and the general public. And so like the one thing I think is like really exciting about the prospects of DeSci is to be able to bridge that gap in trust, and it's to be able to make science visible, transparent, and also bring people up at least to the trust of the education curve in a way that, I guess the question here to, I'd ask all of you to answer one at a time is, what do you think the role DeSci, DAOs, and decentralized clinical trials have in like reinstituting that gap in trust?
I would like to second what Paul usually says. It's all about capital formation, right? It's like getting...
Everyone wants to make money.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the money. Silly. But this is really, I think we are on, and also this is a very known phrase now, we are on the way or on the path to citizen science, right? Or stadium science is also another big catchphrase. Palm Science is going to present 2-3 hours. I think we are moving towards a future where science is not something that's done exclusively in some kind of ivory tower, right? And now you have to ask the question, how do you participate in that whole movement, and how can you profit from it, and how can everybody just contribute their little piece? And I think decentralized or Web3 technologies are just a nice way of taking out friction technology, right? So you can I don't know, use wallets to identify users. You can use all the cryptographic primitives to make that consistent. It's breaking up technology friction, I would say. This is my point on it. Besides that, DAOs redefine the way how communities work a little bit, right? Because you also have a token aspect on it. Everything more or less works in a standard way. And I think once you know how a DAO works, you can actually build DAOs on very specific problems. This is why I love this BioXYZ ecosystem idea.
Yeah, so I think DAOs are there to empower the people who want to get a better outcome from participating. So if you look at all the people in the core team at Cerebrum, like Yatan, Brian, myself, we all have stories about brain health and neurodegeneration, where we thought, okay, we can contribute to this organization to create a framework for getting the data, creating interventions, and bring them through the full development pipeline. And we want to extend that story to other patient groups, to other foundations and organizations to bring more people in. For me, that's the idea. Change the science economy just from mainly publication to data creation from the ground up, so we can have a better understanding and empowerment for ourselves, the patients, and then translate that to the next level of development.
I think having been a member of a couple of DAOs in the past, what I find really interesting when we're talking about clinical trials and patient empowerment is how can we actually create a more equal equation in terms of pharma, science, and patients. And this comes with a couple of questions that I think it's hard for us to like cover through, and also I think pharma doesn't have the answer either. This comes from replicability to patient diversity to following outcomes, access to the data. But I think DAOs actually have the possibility to answer some of those questions in the long term. So I'm really looking forward to see how those communities can be embraced by pharma and how we can move forward.
I had a company in the nutraceutical world come to us, and they were wanting us to put together a 3-arm trial for them, and it was around their product, but also a product that's out in market that is mimicking their product. And his words floored me because he said, I want to agree to publish before we ever get the results, even if our results aren't good. And they're a multi-million-dollar company. And he's like, I'd rather burn the thing to the ground than let people get harmed by this product that's out in market. And it brought me back to why you guys are all involved in your DAOs. Like, you want transparency, you want radical transparency, even if it doesn't work, right? Let's know that, let's iterate, let's get better. So I think that's the promise of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because, scientific methodology is inherently about falsifiability. And like, there doesn't seem to be anyone sort of coming out and saying, well, this doesn't work. Or like, I was telling the story before about all the hidden dark secrets within pharma companies where biotechs raise hundreds of millions of dollars chasing what they think are novel targets that have already been tested by pharma and like, not validated. And they don't move anywhere forward. But yeah, look, I'd love to thank you all for coming and participating today and sort of sharing the knowledge that you have around that. And onwards and upwards. Let's see some more decentralized clinical trials, some big punchy health outcomes, and let's make everyone stand up and notice. Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So everyone, we are doing lunch in that room, and also just so you know, there are special gut-friendly kimchi shots provided by Microbiome DAO. So go improve your microbiome.
Yes, sure. I tried to talk.
Hello, hello, everyone. We will be beginning again. So please take your seats and we need to bring people from outside. Give me a second. I swear half of this job is just people wrangling. Okay, do we have, is Matthew here? Ah, perfect. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool, guys. I'm going to start warming things up again. So we are just done lunch. I had one of the kimchi shots. It surprisingly tasted like kimchi, which did surprise me, actually. I should have put that together. But yeah, to open up our afternoon proceedings, we have Matthew Bloomberg. So Matthew Bloomberg works in the field of network computing and large stage collaboration. He is also working on Dahlia DAO, which is going to be a neglected disease DAO. And yeah, we're super excited to have him here. Sorry, a mic would be useful.
Hi, everybody. A few more people coming in the door here. So I'm going to talk to you today about a set of 3 interrelated projects, which collectively you could describe as a sort of tool stack for the work we aspire to do in developing impactful drugs and bringing healthy life to as many people as we can. So the first is Charity Engine, a key bit of infrastructure, which is a crowdsourced cloud service, we call it. The precursor to this was a project of mine called Grid Republic. And with Grid Republic, it's a sort of classic citizen science volunteer computing thing. We have a little application that we give to as many people as we can, and it allows them to donate their computer spare processing power to, in this case, scientific and medical research. And so we supported causes like astronomy, climate modeling, protein folding at one point, epidemiology, a wide range of things. This grew into Charity Engine, which is more properly now what we call the crowdsourced cloud, where we, in addition, run commercial work on the volunteered devices. So the value proposition for the volunteers is that we share the profits with charities that they care about, Oxfam, CARE, and so on. And we also donate a considerable portion of the compute resource to scientific and medical research. At this point, our grants program has donated more than 1.5 billion hours of compute time to scientific research, including, we're proud to say, over $200 million to the lab of David Baker, who recently won the Nobel Prize for his work in protein structure prediction. The network has about 1 million CPU cores, 100,000 GPUs, several petabytes of storage, so it's an extremely capable resource. In terms of geeking out, just very briefly, these resources are provisioned to users as standard instance types. You can just use any Docker container. There's simple interfaces like an API, a CLI, a web UI. You can run your compute jobs through a smart contract, although nobody actually ever has. And we have a nice integration with Wolfram Research, so you can run jobs from Mathematica and Wolfram Engine directly onto our network. Some projects that we've run in the past we had a really great finding with some researchers at MIT and Bristol University solving a long-standing math problem. It took about 35 million CPU hours, which we were able to provide them in a couple weeks. We did a huge genomic search project where we had genomics data spread over 350,000 devices so that we could search a gigantic data set really fast by parallelizing the disk I/O, basically. And we're running a project with CDC in the US, that's the Center for Disease Control, where we have sequence data from environmental samples around the world submitted daily, which we screen for a range of pathogens of concern to them as a way of early detection of biological threats. So it's an extremely powerful compute platform. If anybody doing BioDAOs has need for large-scale batch computing, please do get in touch. But mostly it's built, and actually from the beginning was built, to facilitate our work in the area of drug discovery. Which brings us to FindBio. At FindBio, we describe what we do broadly as reverse engineering biology, but the goal is to pursue a range of strategies for computationally augmented drug discovery. So in order to explain how that works, I want to just take a step back and explain what drug discovery, what biology looks like from the point of view of structural biology. So the basic idea is that a cell is sort of a fantastically complicated but fantastically tiny machine in which all the parts are substantially made out of proteins. So you have little protein gears and little protein motors and things like this. And this is actually not a metaphor. Like literally, there are little protein gears, and this is a rendering. This next one is DNA replication at the molecular scale, right? There are these little mechanisms at work in your body, and they're super tiny, and there's just huge, colossal numbers of them. And the basic idea is that a disease is a malfunction of the machine. So those proteins, the parts of the cell, the parts of the machine, their function is determined by their shape. So if one gets misshapen or it's missing, then it can cause a cascade of events that are manifest at the large scale as a disease or a pathology. So when you want to fix a broken machine, the first thing you have to do is, well, you figure out what's broken, like what part is broken. And then you can try and fix it. And typically drugs, this is what they do. Drugs are basically either they try and fix a pathological change, or equally, maybe more often, they just try and break it completely. And that interrupts the pathology, kills that cell, and a healthy cell tends to replace it. But again, if before you can try and fix it or break it, you need to know what part is at issue. So virtual drug screening is a method of drug discovery. It starts, in this case, when you've already determined a drug target. So for instance, there's a wide range for diseases you might be interested in. Early stage research is all about figuring out what's broken. And they'll typically name a protein that's fundamental to the pathology, and they'll call that a drug target, by which they mean this is something you should, when you're developing a drug, the thing you're trying to target. So you might have, when you're trying to undertake such a discovery program, different amount of knowledge that you're starting with. You might already know some compounds that interact with your target, in which case this is really great because now you're in an area where you're just trying to optimize them in various ways. You might know enough about the target to know where on the target you want to be interacting, or you might only know that this is the target you want to address. So in what I'm going to talk about moving forward here, we're going to focus on the second case, because if you're in the first case and you already have some known compounds, you're well ahead of the road. There's still some fascinating things you can do to optimize it computationally. And if you're in the third case and you know just the target, there's some preliminary work that you would do that's reasonably straightforward that would get you to number 2. So this is sort of like the base case for virtual screening. So virtual screening uses a method called molecular docking. And what that means is the process of taking very large libraries of compounds one at a time, and testing them against your target to see which one will bind effectively. So by way of illustration, we have here illustration of a protein target. And you might search through, sometimes it's described as like a lock and a key. The protein is a lock and the small molecule is a key. So you're searching through, trying to find a molecule that will fit. Look at, there's one. And that would be potentially a drug candidate. So here's a 3D model of a protein, and this red marks the binding site. And again, you look through to find molecules that you think, or that will bind to it. And so here's an example of one. It really gets in there. That would be a really strong drug candidate because it gets in there, it fills up the volume, it's going to get stuck. So that's what you're looking for. And here you see a search. All right, there's lots of different molecules, and it's exploring the surface of that protein. And so docking is you would search very, very large numbers of molecules. But the search space for such things is extremely large. The size of chemical space is about 10 to the 60th. So for context, 10 to the 24 is the number of stars in the observable universe, and 10 to the 17 times 4 is the age of the universe in seconds, right? That is really big chemical space. And it's worse because the chemicals are very floppy, as are the proteins. So it's not surprising that what we're doing with docking is a brute force approach where we're just looking through huge numbers, that the scale of your search really does matter. And so you see here that a comparison of screening 99 million versus 1.7 billion. 1.7 billion is sort of about the state of the art at the moment. And you see that a number of features of the process the results are much better in terms of how many hits you get, how effective they are, and the novelty of them, which is important. You want many different kinds of compounds in your set. So here, going back to the earlier conversation about Charity Engine, our compute network gives us the ability to screen around 10 billion compounds, which is 5 times more than the state of the art, which can be expected because of the higher resolution of the screen of chemical space to get us really best-in-class results for our drug screens. I'm going to skip this part where I talk about how you can even discover the targets themselves from early stage research, because I think time might be shorter than I thought. But oops, just to point out in context of the earlier conversations, what we have built is essentially an agentic workflow for doing this kind of work, where we have a number of modeling agents, some that model small molecules, some that model proteins, a simulation agent, and then machine learning agents that aggregate molecular information and simulation results to make useful predictions. So now I want to speak briefly about Dahlia, which is a DAO we're launching to do neglected disease drug discovery. Neglected diseases here is not rare diseases. Neglected diseases are diseases that impact mostly people in poor countries and consequently don't attract R&D funding. So this chart shows just broadly for context the burden of disease worldwide and splits it among communicable infectious diseases versus non-communicable diseases. And the metric here is what's called a disability-adjusted life year. Years of healthy life that are lost due to disease. And so one DALI is one lost year of healthy life or productive life. What we see here is that if you break down a little bit, you see that the distribution is different around the world. So on the left, you see in wealthy countries like the US, very little infectious disease and mostly non-communicable diseases. But if you look at on the right, which shows what happens in poor countries, there's an enormous burden of infectious disease. And if you drill down a bit further, here you see particular categories of diseases. You see that on the right, basically 1 in 5 DALIs lost worldwide every year are in these 4 causes on the right, and they barely appear on the left. If we reformat that in a different way, some of the earlier chart, on the left, you see the poorest billion, again, getting a high proportion, the others were absolute numbers, of infectious disease, and on the right, high-income countries, it's mostly non-communicable. And now if you look over here, and you look at the proportion of drugs that have been developed in any phase of clinical development from 1995, you see it looks almost exactly like the proportion of the disease for the rich countries, which is to say that the pharma industry is serving their wealthy clients and nobody else. So it's to the extreme that only 1% of the drugs developed since 1995 have been for neglected diseases which affect 2 billion people a year, and they have had almost no drugs since 1995. It's like embarrassing. It's I mean, the scale of the crisis compared to the amount of the research establishment's attention to this is completely out of whack. So the question is why? You know, like, well, there's a lot of people, why isn't anybody making drugs for them? And the answer is because the pharma business is a business, and management has an obligation to maximize return to their shareholders, and so they would get fired if they develop drugs for poor people, not because they're bad people, but that's because how our economy works. They have to make money for their shareholders. So we're introducing Dahlia, and we want to try and leverage the power of crypto to create a different kind of economy. So we say at Dahlia, our currency is time, and by that we mean that we're going to value our portfolio of drugs not by the revenues they produce, but by the years of healthy life which they save. And so when you buy a Dahlia token, you're saying a year of healthy life has value, and I believe that, and I'm going to put down some money on that conviction, and we will try and maximize the years of healthy life that we can deliver. So broadly, a regular pharma company will value its portfolio by taking the addressable market of each of its drugs, and at various stages saying, what's the probability of success of this drug? And they'll claim a percentage of the addressable market based on what they think their success probability is and how much time they have. We're going to do the same thing, but we're going to express our addressable market in years of healthy life. And as we de-risk our assets moving forward, the years of healthy life we can claim on our balance sheet should go up. And as long as our community continues to believe that a year of healthy life has value, then the value of our treasury should increase and give us the means to continue developing our drugs. So that's Dahlia in a whirlwind. Thank you all very much.
Cool, thank you so much for talking to us about Dahlia DAO. Okay, we also just realized we've got 32,000 live streamers on Bio's Twitter page, so hi to all the people watching. That's super exciting. Yeah, I hope you learned some more about DeSci. Okay, next up we have our cross-chain panel. So Obviously, you know, there are a bunch of layer ones that exist in the blockchain space, and it's always a hotly contested conversation which chain you go with. And so today we thought we would bring them into a room. So we have Solana, ETH Foundation, Gnosis, MetaMask, and Bio Protocol all here to speak to you. I'll let everyone introduce themselves as they come on, I think. Perfect. And Clemens will be your moderator.
Hey everyone, good to see all of you again. I would like to ask to join me on the stage Dr. Friederike Ernst, Patricia Albrecht, Theodor Beutel, and Marco De Rosi. Right. Please a round of applause. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I'm going to hand one of the mics already to you. Here we go. All right, I'll have the honor to introduce you to these amazing panelists that we're going to get the chance to interview today. And it's actually...
After the presenter is turned off, please take
right.
back the USB receiver to avoid losing it.
Damn, the AIs are taking over already. Yeah, I feel very honored to present these panelists because it's insane what they have been up to in the past and how deeply interwoven they are with the DeSci space and also with the crypto space. So first, Dr. Friederike Ernst, thanks so much for joining us. You're a studied physicist, as far as I understand, with work on low-dimensional complex quantum systems, and afterwards co-founded Gnosis, which was one of the big drivers in the crypto ecosystem, building or launching something like Safe, CowSwap, and obviously Gnosis Chains. So thanks so much for joining us. And you're also hosting a podcast, the Epicenter podcast, right? So thanks. Patricia Albrecht, leading the Solana Germany super team. The super team is basically bringing the smartest people in Solana together to build the ecosystem. Also, as far as I understand, here in Berlin, they have the V3 hub that they're usually on Fridays taking over. So if you're around, make sure to visit them there. And in the past, she also founded Park Adventures and worked with the European Commission as a contractor to evaluate startup ideas and distribute funding. So if you have great startup ideas, make sure to speak to her as well. Theo Beutel, thanks so much also to joining the stage. Currently leading at the Ethereum Foundation free open source software development and coordinating pandemic research as well as incubating public goods infrastructure. In the past, he has worked with VitaDAO as well as with the Safe team, and it's very impressive to have someone who's been continuously researching decentralized decision-making in DAOs with us here, which will probably give us a good feeling for like what works and what doesn't in DAOs. And lastly, Marco De Rosi, last but not least, thank you so much for joining us. You're an expert in AI, leading it at MetaMask as Director of Product. And previously, you founded HAL XYZ that was acquired by Consensus in 2023. And that is now the backbone of the automation and data infrastructure that Consensus and MetaMask is using. And also as someone who deeply cares about education, you've been for 20 years helping Italy with innovative schooling and education projects with your project WeSchool. So big rounds of applause. These are amazing people. And we're going to jump in straight. So, all right, first question, and I think that is something that likes to get forgotten, but is like, why actually bring science on chain? Like, why are we all here? Why do we think this infrastructure is relevant? And I would like to start with you, Friederike. You have the bridge between the sciences and the blockchain. Why do you think this is important?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at scientists, by and large, they are a really idealistic bunch, right? They're not in it for the bucks. They're kind of in it because they want to contribute to humanity in some sense. And I think what translates really poorly is the level of incentive for humanity as a whole to the level of incentive of the individual scientists. So kind of in principle, kind of if you had an ideally designed system, whatever kind of the scientist is incentivized to do should be good for society as a large. And kind of what we actually see is that it's a really cumbersome, clunky system that often has huge misalignments between what's good for each individual scientist and what's actually good for society as a whole. And I think kind of taking parts of this stack with these awesome people that are already out there and kind of allowing them to coordinate better and to kind of, in some sense, add up to more than they currently add up to, I think that's already unlocking almost all of the benefit that you can have in decentralized science.
Yeah, and this is a little bit where also the role of DAOs come into play, where it's about trying to spread incentives for the ones who are contributing to things. Theo, having worked so much on the design of DAOs and the incentive structures, like what is your experience there, where like the on-chain aspects actually make a difference?
Yeah, I think we are at a time where we still see lots of experimentation and exploration of various primitives and designs. Many of them are not great. Some of them are even worse than the status quo, but it is important to question the status quo. And I think some useful avenues is certainly the incentive design, which Friederike also mentioned. We have the opportunity to create sort of a neutral base layer for coordination and game theoretical incentive design, which is not subject to these monopolies or hidden structures that have been coming into place in academia over many, many years. I think it used to be more decentralized back in the days, and we have a chance to go back to the roots and reconsider the design goals of these institutions that we design, because I think for me blockchain is really an institutional technology. And with DAOs specifically, I like the idea of having like subsidiarity, where you have local communities who design systems that cater to their local needs, empower scientists to take control of their own work and influence locally what they want to have an impact on. And yeah, I would also, when we talk about bringing DeSci on-chain or science on-chain, I think this is also a question that must be asked, whether that actually has a meaningful impact on the problem you're trying to solve. So not everything needs to be on-chain. Actually, maybe personal data shouldn't be on-chain in many cases. Also, what part of this ecosystem we are in is solving an actual problem? Is it the tokens? In many cases, they're making things worse. Maybe is it ZK and sort of encryption that could also serve a distinct purpose? But I think going back to the drawing board, asking, questioning the status quo, and going back to the design of these institutions is valuable, but without falling into the trap of having this hammer looking for nails when we see solutionism so often in our space.
Have you seen some projects that you think doing a really good job already? Like that you're excited about?
I mean, I think one obvious example is a couple of DAOs in the bio ecosystem that seem to have found a target audience that has been underrepresented, underserved so far. Sort of VitaDAO tackling the longevity community, which the traditional communities in science, in public health, were looking at, from a skeptical point of view. So creating a safe space for communities that are not accepted in mainstream research. That is one avenue. Also, communities that are not a viable market to corporations, like rare diseases. I think this is also super interesting. And beyond that, I think one point I would also like to make is that we don't know which primitives work, but the exploration and experimentation is good. So just alone the fact that we give space to people, coordinate and connect people is worthwhile, even though the outputs may be inferior. But there are lots of well-intentioned scientists in academia who lose hope because they are subject to fundamental forces that are not under their control. And connecting these people who really want to change the world for the better, that alone is worthwhile doing.
Well, Patricia, in the Solana ecosystem, which is also kind of having a nascent DeSci time right now, do you see any interesting projects that you're excited about?
So many. So maybe let me first start by explaining what Superteam is, because I'm not sure everyone knows to what extent we are, what the relationship is with Solana. So I used to work in Polkadot, and when I came to Solana, it was very, very special the way they do ecosystem building. And the way Solana builds ecosystems and organizes communities is through super teams. And that's, by now, something that's actually getting copied by other chains around the world. But this far, super teams are country-wide organizations, almost DAOs. We have a couple of community members here. I see one in the back. Hi, Lucas. This is the way we organize the ecosystem. So we have developers, we have founders, we have creatives that are part of, for example, the German super team, which is what I lead. And then we have this equivalent in now over 20 countries worldwide. So if you are a founder and you're building on Solana, the very, very first step would be to go to your local super team and see what kind of support you can get, right? And there's so much when it comes to capital, when it comes to education, when it comes to network and distribution. Imagine you want to launch in almost any other country in the world. Their local super team is, for me, one message away, right? And I'm happy to tell you more about this, but this is basically one of the secret superpowers, not so secret actually, one of the superpowers of Solana, that they have this amazingly structured organization in super teams.
Maybe to linger on this point a little bit, what could DAOs learn from this structure? If they wanted to replicate being like a knowledge center in a certain space, like how should they structure themselves?
DAOs, you ask, so I am very, very skeptical towards DAOs, but maybe also because some of the experiences I had are rocky at best, right? So for example, the DAO that I know in Polkadot, the governance works in a way so that your voting rights are proportionate to the amount of tokens you hold, right? So not every vote is equal. And I'm no expert in, governance systems, but this is quite difficult because we saw so many proposals getting aid or getting accepted because 2 whales were saying yes. So Solana is differently organized. We have one core team that is quite well-versed in whatever local geography or local topic we are working in. And I do believe that this helps you take certain decisions more effectively and quicker. But again, DAO, I'm very, very happy to discuss and see what kind of advantages there also are versus a more centralized structure when it comes to, for example, supporting startups through acceleration programs.
Thanks for elaborating. So I think you raised a good point, and that is the DAOs in like the last 5 to 10 years had some obvious pitfalls. And the question obviously were around organizing people, getting things done, as well as like informing everyone to have a good voice. One question obviously that's on top of everybody's mind, how might these structures change with AI? So Marco, now having worked so much in AI, how do you see organizations and also ecosystems that are more or less decentralized or working to be decentralized being influenced by these AI systems?
So the fact that in 10 years, many researchers will be AIs acting as assistant researchers or lead researchers changes everything. And specifically, blockchains can help in, I think, 5 areas, 5 ways. The first is discovery. So blockchains are great to create shared consensus. And so you can use them as entry points. List me all the problems, list me all the researchers, list me the data set. So you can really have, through smart contracts, ways to solve the problem of a very scattered research ecosystem right now that is historically derived from the academic system, of course. The second is the definability. So you need to define problems, and right now we are not doing that in a structured way. So which problem is a subset of another problem, for example? And so the fact of having AI agents to the table will force us to start structuring by far more than when we are, whatever we are doing, which data set, which problems, which researcher. Structured data, I mean literally with JSON, with XML, literally. The third area is the reproducibility. So we know that this is a strong issue because the 70% we read percentage everywhere, I don't know which one is reliable, of experiments are not really doable. And so you can't, as a researcher, leverage from that to improve research. How can blockchain, and actually crypto in general, not blockchain specifically, help? Of course, saving on blockchains the commitment to the data set that you are using. Many are discussing this. But also with hardware security mechanism. We talk a lot in crypto about trusted execution environment, TEs, which are, if you're not familiar with that, the idea of having your chip that sign the output that the output of a computation. So instead of zero knowledge proof, where you are proving the correctness of a computation, you are just proving that that chip has done the computation. And so if you trust the hardware producer, you can be fine. This is great for science because it means that everything in a lab that has a digital output could start signing the output, and the commitment can be posted on chain. So this is great. The fourth area is privacy. So homomorphic encryption will enable. Homomorphic encryption has a lot yet of technical difficulties. It's not here yet completely, but it has improved a lot in the last 5 years. And it's the idea of doing computation around data that remain encrypted. This changes completely medicine because, as you know, in medicine, the problem is collecting the data. People don't want to share their data. You need agreement to do that depending on the system. If you're in the US, it's slightly easier. In Europe, it's very difficult. With homomorphic encryption, you can just keep the data encrypted. So I can calculate the average of the height of the people in this room without having the decrypted height of each of you, just knowing the encrypted height. And finally, the fifth area is incentives. We have talked also today and in this conference in general a lot about funding mechanism, which could be programmable, with matching, which are transparent, and we have already discussed that a lot, but also incentive in the sense of giving money in the chain of value to the agent supporting the research process itself. So Coinbase just launched X402, which is a payment system for agents. Projects like Virtuals are creating protocols for agents to assign tasks. And so in general, and this can be multi-hop, so I can assign you to do something and you can reassign that to somebody else. So we really have a programmable system of incentive to facilitate the entire ecosystem. So in a nutshell, I'm very excited. We will have more brains, better brains, more money. So it's, I think we should build here, also because if you're not at the table, you are in the menu. So that's it.
You touched upon a lot of amazing Legos that are being developed there that can be used in scientific research, in aggregating data. You talked about like homomorphic encryption, and zero knowledge proofs have been also already mentioned. Friederike, as like someone who is leading Gnosis Chain, a chain that is obviously trying to capture in the future also the interest and of many of these applications that are being built. How are you thinking about these Legos? Which are you most interested in and also see like most helpful for scientists in the future?
That's an excellent question, because I do actually see them as Legos, right? So kind of, I think in a way, talking about the tooling first is not doing us any favors. So kind of, in a way, I think people who are building these sorts of applications, they have to ask themselves, what's the problem they're tackling, and not just how can they make an individual scientist's life easier, but also kind of change the way that science is viewed in that respect. Because individual scientists don't make the rules, right? Kind of like you're kind of a small cogwheel in a larger machine. So kind of not only do you have to solve a tangible problem, so for instance, I mean, we can talk about any number of things, right? Kind of like how publishing works is broken, kind of we see the data reproducibility crisis, kind of barriers kind of to entry in science are humongous. And kind of like once you're out, you're out. And I think kind of like collecting more valuable brain time from different individuals who've kind of embarked on different paths is super valuable. In a way, kind of science currently precludes that from happening. So kind of, I think we have all of the Legos. So I think in principle, the Legos are out there. Now kind of it's on us to actually build something that's usable and useful and can kind of shift the narrative. And I think kind of like we've talked about, we've kind of become complacent or lazy in some sense, in that we say like, oh, the user experience is not there yet and so on. But really it is. Kind of like in principle, kind of like the user experience can be there if you know exactly what you want to build. You can build it, and you can build it such that I'm not going to say your grandmother, but kind of like your non-crypto friends can use it. So I think sometimes what Theo said about kind of the hammer and the nail, I think this rings very true to me. So decentralization in itself is not a virtue, right? Kind of like things are not inherently better because they're decentralized. So kind of like you have to think about what's the actual tangible problem that people have, solve it, and solve it in a way that kind of allows a movement within science.
So you touched upon there a very important topic, and that is like, what problem are we actually trying to solve, right? And we heard already about from amazing DAO founders here that are trying to solve these many different rare diseases, and create like increase in life quality for a lot of these people. And from the L1 perspective, which is really a tooling and therefore a Legos perspective, a question is often that I'm asking myself, what are the things that would enable these teams to be more efficient, faster? Is it like a better user journey on contributing data? Where should that data live? Who gets access to it, right? These are all tooling questions that I think the non-technical will always be asking themselves. And I feel like we're not there yet from the tech stack, but I'm happy to be taught otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think kind of like that's the thing that kind of like we've been telling ourselves kind of like for the longest time, kind of like why hasn't this kind of garnered traction yet? It's because the user experience is not there yet, but it is. So kind of like we can abstract away the seed phrases. We can make everything fully self-custodial without you actually having to hold any seed phrases. Kind of like in principle we can do that. I think kind of like if you look at the kind of problems that we can solve with decentralized infrastructure, for me, they cluster in 3 areas. So kind of the first one is funding. And I think kind of like decentralized science has actually tackled that pretty well. So we've seen that you can raise money for things that in traditional science are extremely difficult to raise for. So VitaDAO is a very good example here. Mm-hmm. And then but I mean, in principle, that's a very simple use case, right? Kind of like, it's kind of like money here. And then the second use case is kind of like decentralized collaboration. That's a really tough nut to crack. So I think kind of like doing things on decentralized infrastructure. So kind of like, why do you want to do it in decentralized infrastructure? Because kind of like something that doesn't belong to anyone in particular kind of belongs to everyone, right? Kind of that's the promise behind decentralized infrastructure, kind of like not having this sort of platform risk that often you have. And I think this applies to publishing, this applies to kind of how clinical trials are set up, and kind of like how you can kind of integrate outside researchers into your trials. This applies to kind of simple collaboration tools. So things like Google Docs or Fileverse, for instance, is a fantastic example of this. And then the third area is kind of data. So kind of data storage, data provenance, data integrity, and kind of that's kind of the third cluster where I see kind of decentralized platforms excel. And I think kind of trying to solve everything at once, that's not going to happen. So kind of I think kind of like burrow down into one problem that you're trying to fix and try to fix that particular problem. And I think that's kind of, yeah.
Can I add to this? Just because I think all of you have touched on it by now. Do you guys know Archeum? So Archeum, the startup, or I think now they've raised a 15 million Series A from Munich. Does anyone work with them or have encountered them? So in essence, they are building privacy solutions for blockchain. They're building this encrypted supercomputer. And I think a lot of the problems with encryption, with privacy, with data sharing that are so prevalent could be made redundant once they go on mainnet, right, which will be this year. So it's still a public blockchain, it's not a permission environment, but with the full benefits of total privacy. And super interesting for finance, but then of course also for data, for patient data, research data, data sharing across hospitals, etc. So I think that's definitely something to look out for.
Amazing, definitely looking into this. We're getting up on time. I would like to actually, with all of you, maybe spend 20, 30 seconds to highlight, looking forward, looking into the future. where would you like basically blockchains and DeSci to evolve to? What are you excited about in the future? What would you like to see? Maybe a use case that you have in mind that if that's where we're getting to, that would be amazing to see, or maybe just a piece of advice for everyone here, what they should keep in mind building the future.
Yeah, I guess I would advise anyone to question the status quo. The things you see in DeSci today are by far not best practices at all. And we need to get better at questioning mistakes from the past and learning from them. Because what we're trying to do is a Herculean task, like reinventing science. This is not done in like a day or even in 10 years. So don't take anything for granted, question everything. And I think at the Ethereum Foundation, we need to do a better job at enabling others to build on solutions. We try to steward the values, provide infrastructure that is actually decentralized, that is actually resilient, censorship resistant, and has all these properties that we really want to optimize for, which are really hard to solve. But we'll provide these Lego blocks so that builders on top can use them and rely on these characteristics and can build their startup or business on these foundations that are actually solving the problems we see in today's world, rather than replicating solutions that just replicate the same problems. So yeah, come to me if you want to learn more.
Mine is easy. I would love to see Europe stronger on the map when it comes to capital, which will in turn, help founders stay here. I'd love to see founders, not only corporate, but stay in Europe and just have a stronger innovation landscape here.
What I care most about is bringing more people on board, is UX, because I'm not sure we are ready yet for my parents or grandparents. Last spring, with proto-dunk sharding, we made Ethereum and L-Choose scalable, just 1 cent per transaction for 2 blobs. That was great. Recently, Fan2Vector upgrade and 7702. We have account abstraction also on the accounts that we have right now. What does it mean for my father? It means clickless signing, gas abstraction, and gas sponsorship. And there is a lot to do, and AI is really here also to enable interaction with blockchains in a natural language, which is great. So this is what I'm really excited about. I really want to have 1 billion people on chain.
Yeah, so I think I'll double down on know what you're using decentralization for and what it gains, basically what it gains for you in your use case. So kind of don't blindly build on some chain because it's cool and kind of like it's a blockchain. It's just building on chain is harder than building on AWS by very long stretch. So kind of like making sure kind of like you know what you're using, kind of the level of decentralization for, and why it's necessary.
Thank you so much. All right, everyone. Big rounds of applause for our 4 panelists. Thank you. Oh, and make sure to catch each one of them out here if you're interested in their ecosystem and learning more.
Cool. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, lots of talk about onboarding users, and that kind of perfectly leads into our next. It's not a panel, it's a fireside chat by definition, which is all about onboarding people into DeSci. So often, I think people either come from crypto or Web3, or they come from science, and generally when they start to work in DeSci, they have some knowledge gap somewhere, generally, unless you are the rare unicorn of a scientist who's super into crypto. And so, yeah, we've got 3 guests here to talk to you about education in DeSci. There's Barrett, who runs Muse Matrix, an education program that's been running that onboards people into DeSci. We've got Kiho, who about a year ago, I think it's off. Now it's on. Kiho, about a year ago, got onboarded into DeSci through a course and has now, started his own DAO. And then lastly, Andrew, who's gone through our 10-week DeSci ADU program, which just closed out, I think, about 2 weeks ago. So yeah, super excited to hear what you guys have got to say.
Thank you, Ella.
Yeah. So, GM. I want to start this. So how we plan this is it's an ad hoc fireside chat. We haven't prepared any questions. the idea was to share like an anecdotal experience of how DeSci was for us, like since we got into DeSci and how and where it is now, and what was our journey like, and where do we want to see the future of DeSci to go. And this, we hope, would help new people who are looking to get into DeSci to understand where this can fit in your career path, or like what sort of value you can bring to the ecosystem. So if you would get to somehow unlock a bit of that, I think it's a good panel, right? So I want to start with a quick intro. I'm Kiho. I joined Molecule as a venture fellow last year, and I went through a series of educational programs with a bunch of fellows. Ella was one of my mentors, and we have Lucas and Logan. So this was sort of a 0 to 100 journey for me, because when I came into the space, I didn't have much like understanding about either Web3 or how blockchain works in any of this, right? Like, but now you see, like I started with GMGM, which is a term that I picked a few months ago, right? Which I never heard of, like, because I don't come from that world. But I would say, like, I'm getting into the Degen territory right now, getting into Web3, like exploring all different parts of it. And in 1 year, I'm currently building a microbiome DAO, a DAO for gut health. You might have seen my talk yesterday. So this is like, the ecosystem has a lot to offer if you have the courage and focus to, build. That's what it wants. And so before we start, this is what DeSci gave me, but I also want to see from perspective of Andrew and Bharat. Like Bharat started building way back, like I think from 2020, 22? 22, yeah. So let's hear it from Bharat, like who is from Newsmetrics and Causality Net building in DeSci for a long time, part of DeSci London. And we have Andrew, who is also part of SciDAO, and he recently graduated out of the DeSci EDU course that Molecule conducted. So you could have this sort of contrasting view from both of them to see like what is DeSci in their perspective. So enough of me. Why don't you give an introduction about yourself, Bharat?
Thank you very much. So yeah, my name is Barrett. Nice to meet everyone. By background, I used to be a doctor, so I went through medical school, trained as a doctor, worked as a doctor, and I did not like it. I don't know if you guys are aware about the NHS in the UK. It's not the greatest system to work for. So yeah, I got kind of tired with that. Went into academia. This was even worse than working as a doctor. So then I quit academia. Went into tech and a variety of different things, med tech, and then got into some fintech startups, and then I got deeply crypto pilled. Started as it usually does when the market's at the top, you buy then and then it goes down. So 2017 was when I got deeply crypto pilled and ended up working on a startup doing digital fashion for metaverse avatars. Maybe having a midlife crisis at that time, I don't know. But I got really deep into the crypto ideology, the kind of decentralization, removing middlemen, etc. And like I really liked it. And then heard early murmurings of like DeSci. And I think my first actual IRL event was 3 years ago at DeSci Berlin, 2022. And I thought, okay, this makes far more sense than this weird digital fashion thing I'm doing. My background expertise was science, and I liked the ideology of crypto, and these were merging. So I literally quit the startup on that day. Ran my co-founder. I was like, look, I'm out. And I think he completely understood. So yeah, been full-time in DeSci since then. Should I go into what I'm doing, or leave that for a bit later?
Probably we'll go in the next round.
Yeah, a bit later.
Yeah, thank you. So my background, honestly, started in undergrad when I started to get involved in like psychedelic communities. I was studying neuroscience and biological engineering, and my interests weren't really quite being met by those like really cool sounding majors, and so I wanted to study something that was across multiple disciplines, and sought out some mentors at the university, at Ohio State University in Columbus, Ohio, who introduced me to this ability to create my own curriculum. So I made this entheogenic science, entheogen meaning a plant used oftentimes for spiritual or religious purposes. So very psychedelic. And so took coursework across the whole university, multidisciplinary coursework, had some great mentors at the university, and that was probably in those communities where I first heard about crypto in general. And I was like, all right, well, I'm already in a fringe community. I don't know if I want to double down necessarily. But that was the beginning of it. Ended up then kind of starting professional life and moving to New York City, doing sales, business development, and then, probably getting into maybe the next part, but hearing about SciDAO and the types of work that was being done there and how they're utilizing cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology really, I think, brought it all together. It was almost like before when I was trying to put my psychedelic exploration in terms of Web 2, it was like a software that was really, really new and fully updated, but on like an old iPhone or an old piece of hardware. And then this new technology really made it like, wow, we can really do something really, really magical here and really powerful. So that's how I got started.
Awesome. I just want to quickly get a understanding from you guys when you first heard of the term DeSci, and what was it for you, right? Like looking from outside when you was an outsider. And then when you got into it, like once it starts to make sense and the promises that DeSci offers, right? It is kind of enticing, and you might feel like a revolutionary to get into it, do these good work and all of that. But then slowly there comes like reality, right? Like what is achievable in the near future. And then once you get like your foot deep into it, you'll start see like, things that are not working, what could be better, what could be improved, and all of this. So if you could like walk us through your journey, like both of you, through how was it before DeSci, and how was it when you started into it, and how is it now because you're deep into it, and what do you wish for it in the future? Probably you could go ahead first.
Yeah, I mean, a year ago, I had never even heard of the term DeSci. So when DeSci Berlin was happening in 2024, I was completely ignorant to this community. So definitely has been like a quick on-ramp for me, starting in SciDAO and then kind of seeing this broader ecosystem with a lot of these different DAOs that are designed and these like vibrant communities that are existing. It was intimidating, honestly, in the beginning. It was very intimidating, especially not like from a master's or PhD level science background. I thought it was just going to be a room full of doctors and PhD students and postdocs, but then the DeSci EDU course from Molecule is where I really started to learn the tech and kind of start to put these principles together that I loosely felt like I understood, and started to like kind of knit them together into this deeper understanding. So I think that through that course, like this 10-week course that really just ended a couple weeks ago, I was able to learn a lot in a very quick amount of time, and learn that there kind of is space for a lot of different backgrounds in this space. I think, for example, one of the biggest challenges that a lot of DAOs are experiencing right now is these like shorter cycle revenue generation ideas. And that's something from my business development background I feel like I can contribute in. And so, instead of maybe necessarily being super active in the science working group, I found myself very active in the community and communications working group and trying to find these like shorter cycle revenue generating things while the intellectual property becomes valuable through the research. So now sitting here at the conference kind of on a post level, I understand more than half of the things that people are talking about, which is like huge and new to me. So that's really good. I feel like I actually have a good grasp of what's going on at these talks. And I think to summarize, in the beginning I was very like intimidated and excited about this like new frontier, this new possibility. And then as I learned more about it, I think I grew like a healthy skepticism of DeSci, and now it's like I feel empowered to contribute meaningfully, to be a part of the experimentation that we all are a part of, to make it into something that is equitable for all parties and maintains these values that that blockchain has brought to tech.
Very thorough answer there, yeah. I'll be brief on my side. So I think, because I was in crypto before, had an awareness of like DeFi and things like that. So when I heard the term DeSci, having seen like both 2017 and 2021, like particularly 2021, where it was the NFT craze, and just seeing how much money was flowing through crypto, I think my kind of immediate thing when just hearing the term was, even if 1% of that money went to science, that's more than most nation states. So from the beginning, I was like very, very optimistic. And even if you were hypercritical, if you were to say, even if like the worst version of DeSci where every project is a scam, if that money is actually going towards science, is better than almost anything in crypto. So that's what really made me very bullish and kind of pilled me on DeSci.
Awesome. Just doubling down on that, you said DeSci is kind of, giving this opportunity to do something really meaningful with the crypto capital, be it anything else, right? So in that perspective, and also you're training a bunch of people with Muse-Matrix, like a bunch of new people, you're onboarding them into it. What are the key actors or roles that you think DeSci needs, right, in order to attract that capital? Because I think the current approach of looking at, funding science with crypto capital is not really proved yet, right? It's been in the testing stage. We're still seeing like good examples and use cases of that, DAOs coming up, new platforms that are being built to attract this capital, but we haven't like really made a success in attracting that real capital. So when you train these students or fellows, or when you find these people, like what sort of expertise do you think you need to build with them, sort of a network to really attract this and bring DeSci to that, like a spotlight?
So the question you're asking is, what does DeSci need to do to be able to attract capital? Is that what you're saying? I think that's an important question, and one of the kind of criticisms that I sometimes see with DeSci is that there's nothing really right now, or very few things which you can give to a scientist to play around with. There's a bunch of different projects working on tooling, but very, very few things actually live and allow scientists to kind of get their hands dirty. So I think just that element of actually having viable products that via product market fit, if you've got revenue, then the product's worked. The flip side of this is, like, I'm not answering your question, but it's like the other way around is, so current funding in traditional structures like the NIH. So quick question, does anyone know what the average age of an NIH-funded scientist is?
84!
It's like 42, I think. I heard someone say 52. Something. Is it 50? I thought it was 42. Maybe AI has lied to me. But yeah, I think it's like 42 or 50, and I think 2% of that goes to people less than under the age of 36. So if you've just graduated or you're doing your PhD, you're seeing your friend who's like 21 raise for their BS SaaS startup, and you're like you've got another 15 years before you can even get any funding. So to me, that's like the most interesting thing about DeSci, the ability for someone early to be able to get funding, and that I think even if the money isn't quite there yet, the idea that the money is there would make people come up with a bunch of ideas or try a bunch of experiments. Some of these will work and kind of prove why DeSci is a valuable route.
Do you think that's happening currently in DeSci, like ability for these young scholars to get funding and do science? Is it happening, or?
I mean, definitely, because there's a bunch of bio-DAOs that have been funded. There's people that have managed to get funding outside of the bio ecosystem, and then other kind of smaller grant programs that are working as well. So nowhere near the level it needs to be to actually get some of these products through, because like a DeSci product is not like a DeFi thing you can hack together on a weekend. It takes a long, long time to actually generate the data and prove what you're doing. So not quite there yet, but definitely en route.
Yeah, and stay around after this talk if you want to hear a little bit more about like early scientists and their work with DeSci. Just a little hint.
Awesome. I'm staying here. And just for a follow-up question to you is, if I'm a new, let's say a budding scientist, just came out of academia or still in academia, and fed up with the system, right? Like not being able to do things, just being trapped into this system of extraction, sort of, right? Like overutilized, overworked, underpaid system. What would you suggest them, like how they should approach DeSci, and what is DeSci is offering them to come to DeSci?
So I think that's super easy because there's a massive user problem in scientists. No one likes the current system. I think like comparing that against like DeFi and finance, I think a lot of people had no problems with the current system, so maybe getting kind of adoption for DeFi from traditional elements was a bit difficult, whereas in science, very, very few people think the systems are working optimally. So particularly people that are at PhD who've spent a few years and then realized, okay, I'm gonna have to do so many more years doing the same kind of rote lab work. I think instantly saying that there's another option where people are reimagining how some of these archaic processes could be changed or reimagined. So I think it's super easy to convert people.
Awesome. So one more question to you is just to bridge this gap, right? Like we understood like what the science part of DeSci, how to onboard the science part, which is the young scientists or scientists who are willing to experiment with this new model of crowd-funded, decentralized mode of doing science. But from the citizen's perspective, right? Like if I'm a normal person, I'm not anyway touched by science, why should I engage with DeSci, and how can I do it? And how do you see it?
Yeah, I guess there's kind of like two sides to it. I think generally speaking, from just an average person perspective, like science is pretty cool. Like there's really, really amazing things that become content that people engage with every single day that might not have a science background, but they're engaging with this like piece of science literature. And that's where like obviously science communication comes in, which is really important. And there's a lot of great X pages and memes that are like distilling information to a certain extent. But the flip side is it's exposing it to a lot of people who otherwise like would not be exposed to that information. So on the one side, like people are interested. They're just kind of looking for kind of ways to plug in. I think a lot of the like citizen science approaches to a few of the projects are really exciting. Which we had some really great panelists earlier talking about that very thing. And then the other side of it is becoming like a contributor to a DAO just means engaging in the community. Like it doesn't mean like having some sort of position or responsibility that like adds much on your plate from a day-to-day perspective. Like it just means interfacing with the community in a way and sharing your ideas and thoughts, and they don't even have to be fleshed out. I remember when I first joined the SciDAO Discord, there were these, if you guys are in any Discord chats, there's these like pseudonyms that you see that are responding to you, and you don't know who these people are on the other side of this group chat, but I found just so much information by just asking questions. And the community generally seems very receptive to that, and being able to answer a lot of those questions as well. So yeah, I think that's the two sides of it. If you want to contribute, just engage in the community, and then find other ways to engage in like citizen science, because that's just cool to contribute to something for the greater good or something bigger than ourselves.
And how easy was it like when you first joined SciDAO, the Discord server and all of that? Like if you're coming outside the circle, right? Like not being used to a Discord or any platform where such discourse happens, was it daunting for you to get into this? Or like even if you like see any DAOs on Discord or any organizations on Discord, how do you approach? Because for much people, I think it is a daunting task to go in and first, like multiple channels, a lot of chats going on. I don't know what to do there. So how did you come around this? Like when you first encountered DeSci DAOs on Discord or Telegram, wherever it is.
So Discord was originally for gamers, and I'm not much of a gamer, so I never used Discord before. So I downloaded Discord really just through the link on the SciDAO, website. And I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of talk about like how hard it is to use and stuff, but like one of my favorite phrases, especially in sales, is FITFO. If you don't know what that means, it's figure it the F out. Like, it's really easy to figure it the F out. We got so many resources. Ask your ChatGPT how to figure it out. But like engaging in the Discord, find the chat, ask questions, and then the rest you'll be able to be guided to. So yeah, I don't think it was that hard.
All right. So the last bit I just want to explore, right? Looking at the current ecosystem, if you would give like a couple of advice to DeSci projects, you can either give it for a DeSci DAO, or you can give it for any DeSci organizations, generally either working on the infrastructure part or the funding part or the publishing part. What would be like a positive criticism that you want to give, like, hey, look at this. This is a real problem you need to fix to go to the next stage. And if you have such, critical points for DAOs to build on, for any DeSci organization or in general, the DeSci ecosystem to move to the next stage, what would it be?
So I'm going to do the flip side of that first, which is, I think Ella said that there's like, how many people on the live stream? Like 32,000. Like if anybody's out there like looking at the live stream and want to become a part of this community and already are, just like interface in whatever way you can, because like from the flip side of it, it's like it's up to people to kind of interface with the DAOs, and then for the DAOs to be receptive of it from there on. So then on the flip side, when you're talking about the DAOs or the other organizations that are piloting this ecosystem in their different communities and their different groups, just being receptive as much as possible, and any type of bounty board that you can put on would be great, or any types of like actionable things that you're looking for in your community, whether it be content related, biz dev related, science related, whatever it is. Like it's always good to have in a public forum. But I think just maintaining authenticity in these different communities comes from the grassroots level. So the more that the community is engaged, the better off they'll be.
What was the question? So you were saying advice to current projects about what might make it easier to onboard scientists, or where the criticism?
No, it's more to like, what is one positive criticism that you want to make so that they address that issue so that they can move to the next level?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't even know what that question means, so I'm just going to answer whatever I think it means.
Yeah, so it can be for the entire DeSci ecosystem, right?
So like crypto's already got a really bad rep, rightfully so, because there's a bunch of scammers. Obviously, we all here actually believe it. And scientists are inherently very skeptical, so there's a bit of a conversion process when you're trying to convince them into certain things within DeSci, and particularly the question that comes up every time is, why does this need a token? And I hear that time and again for many, many different projects, and very rarely do I have a coherent, clear answer. I can speak about governance and things like that, but that rarely seems to get through, and it requires kind of multiple attempts for people to realize that there are some useful elements with having a token. So I think having like a really clear, I guess, utility is like the buzzword for that, but something in and around that makes it very clear and quickly to someone, okay, why this actually needs a token.
Yeah, that really makes sense, I think. So what I understood from this is the key is transparency, right? Like being transparent and creating that trust and engagement with the communities, right? Like putting the community first is kind of very important for any DeSci project to succeed. Yeah, I think we're on time, and thanks for joining us on the stage. I think this will be helpful for new people who wants to build on DeSci. Of course, like one key thing that I would suggest, which I learned from my mentors, is to be self-critical of whatever you're learning about, whatever it is, like not just about DeSci. So with that, I end this panel. Do your own reading.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. And yes, so if anyone is wanting to get into DeSci, we do have some more fellowship programs coming up, both for scientists and developers. So just follow us on Twitter.
Yeah, and I plugged the DeSci EDU course from Molecule as well. Definitely helped a lot.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah, obviously DeSci education is a cause very close to my heart. It's what I spend most of my time doing, and I think it's always really nice because you will meet people and they'll be so blown away by DeSci, and kind of it feels like a whole new beginning for them, which is great to see. Okay, next up we have Zeus, who is a researcher who works with SciDAO, and he will be giving a talk titled Exploring the Ineffable, DMXE Research at SciDAO. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Can I take this off? Does this come out? Yes. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? You guys good? Yeah? All right. Let me take these glasses off because I can't talk in these glasses. They do look really nice. But yeah, guys, everyone talking about AI and crypto. I'm here to talk about something else, brains and drugs. Ooh, drugs. Drugs? So I do research. Oh. Clicker, yes. Oh, yeah, it's right here. So I do research in Holland. Right there, we research a little bit of everything. Ecstasy, LSD, DMT, kratom. Those are my people over there, guys. And of course, I research DMT, the effects of DMT on the V2, V3, and V4, and the parietal lobe. That's Danielle with the HTC XR Elite VR headset, tripping as well. That's what it looks like. Got some brain info there, Oxy up top. But we're gonna look at, oh yeah, has anyone out there tried DMT? You have. All right, we'll take a pic of this, guys, because we're conducting research, and I want you guys to take this, get some QR action going down. Chris, what's up? And please take a picture of that, guys, because we're doing some research right now. And yeah, DMXC, guys, has any person heard of DMXC before? Is this a brand new substance you guys have been? Yeah, one person has heard of DMXC. 2 people? That's it. Only 2, 3, 4 people, 5 people. Only 5 people have heard of DMXC. Well, it is a white powder that you insufflate, and it's kind of like ketamine a bit, but the effects are a bit different than ket. It's a full, like, it's an ineffable experience. That's the reason why it's called the ineffable experience. But a bit about this fantastic substance. It hit the scene in 2010, and then it was sort of a big thing in England, Bristol, I believe, but then it kind of went away, but then it came back in 2012, and it really popped off. It like surged, and then of course everyone banned MXC, and then it came back again in 2022 on DMXC. It's a analog of MXC, which is really, really cool stuff. So going over this, and this is just info about the actual substance itself. Let's see, it's a lot of info on the screen. I don't want to bombard you with a lot of stuff, but let's see, DMXC, it has S enantiomers, R enantiomers. They're about relatively the, well, they're basically the same in enantiomers, as you could tell. And they're about the same substance, MXC compared to DMXC. But the fun part is the actual trip itself. So the trip with DMXC, it's pretty intense, guys. It's a substance that seems to really change as you hear things, as you hear different sounds, different songs, different beats, different audio info. It really alters the actual experience itself. This is a trip report from a person that did a pretty big dose of DMXC, which is pretty insane. 70 is pretty huge. This is the second trip report from a person that did even a pretty big dose. He basically became the actual he basically became the actual he became the actual guys. He became the actual song itself. I'm so tensed up, guys. I just came from Holland on a 7-hour trip. I'm so like tensed up, but I'll get through this. Don't worry. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm so tensed up. But anyway, so I had a friend, Bastien. We hung out in Paris for the first time. And he's a pretty famous person when it comes to art and photos and everything. And he basically we like talked about him tripping on these different substances. And he was really interested in trying it. So we had a little experience, and he came over and he essentially tripped. And this is him tripping on DMXC. It's an eyes closed experience. And man, he created some fantastic things from this experience. He actually said that it was one of the most intense experiences he's ever had, which is pretty intense. And the stuff that he like crafted and created was just really, really intense. There's one thing that he created from this experience. And if you've tripped on this, then you can definitely understand where he traveled to or where he flew to. Pretty intense stuff. Here's the second piece that he crafted. And of course, with this substance, you have a lot of like landscapes and like terrains. You don't have like faces or aliens or entities. Just a bunch of weird places that you like travel to. So what makes DMXC special? We really don't have the info on that. I have a theory that says it's probably the sigma receptor agonism, because both of it, we have it in DMT and DMXC, which is a really interesting agonism. We can really get deep into that, but it'll take a bit of time to talk about it. Essentially, sigma is important in like ischemic cell activity. Like let's say you like hit your head or something and your brain has a lack of oxygen. This receptor activates and it just really helps you from cellular death basically, which is insane. But it's definitely true, and we see it in both substances. So around August, I had a really big trip. We had 15 people that came, and they all tripped on this fantastic substance. And we took some information. We got some info from these people, and almost everybody said that it was the most intense experience they've ever had. We have some other info over here. We see that sound affects this fantastic experience almost entirely, 80%, 20% somewhat affects it. But we do see that sound is a huge thing in the DMXC experience. And so we asked these people, what did they actually feel? And once again, guys, we have people that said that they just sort of travel through these like landscapes and environments and terrains. And it's something that's really interesting with this. We don't have any sort of, alien or interstellar or all of these sort of faces that appear in DMT, LSD. It's all terrains, all sort of earthy-like experiences. So a part of this experience is closed eye visuals. That's just sort of you closing your eyes and having your sort of brain take over the entire visual experience. It's a really big thing in most treatments. But actually, with DMXC, we have closed vestibular sensations, which is a huge, huge thing as well. You want to occlude the sort of body. You don't want to be sitting, standing, lying down. You want to be floating. So you sort of want to occlude your vestibular sensations, which is really, really interesting. Now, the vestibular system, what is it? It's our sense of like place, our like sort of placement, balance, our sense of self inside of a certain space, I guess you would call it. And the vestibular system runs through the ears, the organs of the ears, which is the only sense that actually runs through the actual ears. So could those two be talking to each other and affecting each other? Is sound affecting the vestibular system, and is that affecting sound? Well, I was thinking about this. And DMXC, it operates on a certain receptor. And I'm thinking to myself, well, there are receptors in the brain, yes, for sure, obviously. But are there receptors in the ear? I mean, it was something that I didn't really have an answer for, but I found an answer. In actuality, there are receptors in the ear. So we do see that this could be affecting the way we perceive sound and also how we perceive our sense of place through sound. So with that said, I wanted to really take a big, deep plunge into this whole vestibular receptor thing that's in the ear. So I found that there was an article or a paper that came out in 2007 that found that like out-of-body experiences, they found that it accidentally happened when they were trying to give a person treatment for some like inner ear infection or inner ear problem. And they found that by activating the right side of the brain, the parietal, the visual cortex, by activating it, they could essentially place a person outside of their actual body, or it felt like they were outside of their own body. So I looked into that, and I found these actual areas of the brain, the places that they were really like looking for. This is the same areas that we were looking for in DMXC, the MT, V4, parietal, the angular, all this stuff. So I said, okay, well, let me just look at that with my own equipment. And so we actually looked at that, and you can see the areas right there on the right side. Some infrared spectroscopy right here. And we found that there is activity, there is action that's happening. And this is for my DMT research, but I am going to be applying the same thing in my DMXC research. But I believe that there is a sort of connection when it comes to this out-of-body experience that is implored whenever you do this, and this area of the brain. And I think it's almost like a sensory type of thing that happens. So what's going to happen in the future of the research? Well, this is what we have planned, guys. Currently, we're talking to people that have done this. We've talked to 12 people so far, and we're trying to understand what this substance is and what the actual experience is, trying to sort of understand like any sort of connections when it comes to having these appearances of like landscapes and these like terrains. Like, what is that? Why is that? And especially how is that happening? And we also have a preclinical ramped up. We're talking to a lab in Prague, which I just got an email from them today. They're really ready to rock and roll with that. And then we're going to go to the human research, which is going to happen in 2026. That's going to be like a safety research just to make sure that everything's fine with DMXC. Maybe we'll throw some brain things in there, but mostly just like safety, behavioral. And then we plan on doing the fun things, the acoustic thing, the vestibular stuff. And that's going to be a little bit bigger. That's going to take about 2 or 3 years. It's going to be really deep. We're going to probably employ a lot of fMRI, maybe EEG. And then 2028, we want to make this area, where it's like the best possible place to do DMXE. I want to occlude the whole sort of body in this beautiful area and have the best, clearest sound you could possibly think of, just hitting a person while they're on DMXE. And yeah, that's sort of planned. And so next up, guys, is just a little bit, I want to say thank you to all of the funding that has been thrown over here. I appreciate everybody that has supported this. Guys, I really appreciate it, man. You guys are making, like, honestly, you guys are helping me achieve something that is impossible to do in colleges or, it's something that is incredible. Every time I think about the support that I get, I really sort of am humbled because you're basically helping the entire field become what it should have been, basically. Something that's free of how can substances have therapeutic outcomes. Let's just understand what's actually happening. Why are we tripping at all? What's happening? And sort of go away from how these substances can help with things like, depression, anxiety, which is all fantastic. But let's just sort of understand why the trip is even happening and what the actual experience is, because that's super, super important. And with that said, guys, that's it. You can follow me, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. And man, what a trip, man. 7 hours, literally off the train. I appreciate y'all.
Cool. Amazing. Well done.
Thank you so much, guys.
Cool. I'm going to take that from you. Awesome. Thank you, Zeus.
Thank you so much.
So just while I have the stage, before you come on. Oh, Zeus, you've left your sunglasses.
Oh, did I? Oh.
Yeah. Quick plug. Obviously, the BioHack Rave is happening this evening. Please register on the event, otherwise you will not be let in. It's a Luma link, separate to the DeSci Berlin Luma link. It should have been sent out to you into your emails if you signed up on the DeSci Berlin Luma. It is also in the Telegram, so please join the Telegram link. And you can find the Telegram link on the DeSci Berlin website. Sorry, I feel like I've just sent you guys all on a wild goose chase. But yeah, please sign up if you plan on coming. Okay, next up we have the one, the only Benji. Sorry, give me a second. Stop laughing at me. Benji has worked in VC before, computational biology, and joined Molecule 2 years ago, and then last year kind of stumbled on something amazing and had this idea, managed to sort of execute on it in like 2 weeks, launched a sort of initial version that got launched at Solana Breakpoint, and has now grown up into be Pump Science, as I'm sure many of you have heard of Pump Science. So yeah, he'll be chatting to you a little bit about what they do. Take it away.
Thanks, Ella. And yeah, enough of the fun shit. Let's get back to the AI and crypto. So hi, everyone. My name is Benji. Thank you so much for having me. This talk is called The Rise of the PhD Gen, Playing the Biotech Video Game. And the best part about the video game that we're creating is that you're already logged in.
But clicker, yeah.
Vibes. You logged in not by choice, but by some miracle that we can't really explain. We don't really know how we got here or why we're here, but we're here, and it's pretty cool. And so might as well stick around. And look, I hate to go like full Brian Johnson on you guys, but I think he's right. Like the ultimate game is don't die, right? And I think maybe what he has potentially gotten wrong though is that hyperbaric oxygen tanks and like sleeping well isn't gonna give that much more time to you. If we wanna make real discoveries and like really extend our life, we have to go wade into the unknown. And ultimately that's what we're here to do. And I think we all know that AI is going to have a big part in this, right? Like it's this impending technology that is, going to solve all our problems. But the problem is that the training data for AI, which is basically its lifeblood, does not yet exist. If you look at basically how many compounds have been tested to see whether or not they extend life, the answer is basically 2,000. There's 36 billion synthetically accessible molecules that we could test. You know, anything you could come up with, vitamin C, caffeine, whatever. And only 2,000 have been tested. In our opinion, this is absolutely criminal. And so our goal is to basically wade into the unknown, go on this journey, and find what actually can extend our lifespans. And so yeah, so one big challenge though is what do you test on, right? Humans are super expensive, they live a really long time, and they're really hard to coordinate. And so if you wanted to test all these compounds on humans, you would probably struggle to get funding, you'd recruit, you know, it'd be basically impossible. So you walk this down from the highest, you know, potential organism you could get to, that's the most similar to us, which is us, and you go all the way down to like microscopic worms. What you realize is if you're trying to optimize for developing training data for AI, you are creating this optimization function, which is signal per cost time. And that is what we're trying to optimize for, is feed AI with as much signal as we possibly can with the least amount of cost. And so we have created a pipeline out of this, where we take compounds, we test them on worms to see, do they extend lifespan of the worms? Then we give them to flies. Do they extend lifespan of the flies? Then we advance to mice, and finally humans. And as you walk down this funnel, you get increasingly more expensive, the experiments take longer, and hopefully you have higher quality information that's coming in the top of the funnel. And so I think when people look at us, they see us as like just a giant token trading platform. But I think when you look a little bit deeper, what we really are is just basically this funnel. And our goal is to have the best compounds make it all the way through the funnel, and we are just using market-driven mechanisms to shunt the best compounds through this funnel. And so there's basically two ways to engage with our platform. Number one is you can submit compounds to the top of the funnel, and number two is you can trade the compounds that are already in the funnel. And so our protocol is meant to be very simple. It's basically compound gets submitted, we launch a token, the token trading fees fund all the research, and then eventually our goal is to commercialize all of the ingredients we find that are useful, that extend lifespan, or have the best evidence that they will extend human lifespan, and then reward token holders with whatever proceeds come back. And so, cool. So yeah, maybe going through the science first. So the first experiment we run is on C. elegans. They're microscopic worms. They're about the size of your eyelash. And we are working with a company that has basically automated lifespan testing for these experiments. Not only are they helping us develop AI-ready data sets, but they have embedded AI into their experiments to bring down the cost. And so what we can do with basically $500 and a compound is get an effect of whether it extends life with 120 animals, which is pretty cool. Does it predict whether it'll extend our lives? I mean, of course, there's some signal lost. We are not worms, but there is a lot of similarity. And I think that's the important piece. It's like we are 35% similar to these tiny microscopic worms. So it is a super valuable data point. After worms, we go to flies. We're working with a lab that does automated tracking of the flies as well. We monitor them their entire lifespan. We live stream all of this data directly to users on our site. And the goal is for people to actively trade based on the real-time data outputs that come out. And so not only do we just measure them for their lifespan, but we also put them to functional tests. So on the right, what you can see, and on the next slide in a little bit more detail, is fly racing. So we have basically turned fly races into a game. It generates really valuable scientific data. And yeah, we're enabling users to kind of speculate on it. So, if you think the compound will beat the control, you can take a leverage long position on the token. And, anyway, this is kind of the general idea of Pump Science, is we're trying to make science a video game to scientific progress. And so after the flies come mice. And so mice are super expensive to test on. You'd be surprised. It is definitely a tall ask to be able to fundraise for a mouse experiment. So this is why we run a third. And so, yeah, same thing here. We're working with labs that are doing automated tracking. And the important piece here is that, you can run functional tests. You can also test a mouse its whole life, but, it's not super exciting to just watch mice slowly die. And so we want to make this like actually an engaging experience. And so by enabling live streaming, by creating these functional tests, in addition to just the general lifespan experiments, we're able to keep re-engaging users, bringing them back in, and actually make it an intrinsically fun experience to engage with. And so the last, obviously, class of experiment, which we're excited about doing, we have not done yet, is human testing. And so what's interesting here is, of course, we probably can't fund a human lifespan test. We'll die in the process. It just takes too long and it's too expensive. And so what we're looking for is surrogates for human lifespan. So what can we test and get as an endpoint that will predict whether or not a compound makes a human live longer? And what we have found to be the highest quality data point is called VO2 max. It's basically a measure of somebody's cardiorespiratory fitness. It's super cheap to get. Most wearables track it. And so therefore it's very distributed. You don't need to go get lab testing for it. You wear a smartwatch and you get the number. But yeah, so this, is basically one of the most predictive numbers for how long you live. So when we do human testing, this is likely the data point that we will look for as the primary endpoint. All right, so what data have we actually generated? So to date, we've run, 12 experiments, 5 on worms, 4 on flies, and we have found some interesting data. So rifampicin, which is a commonly prescribed antibiotic, increases the lifespan of C. elegans by 33%, pretty significant. And so yeah, we have 5 completed and 38 that are in progress right now. And in flies, we've tested 4 compounds. The winner right now is called urolithin A. And yeah, it basically works on your mitochondria, and this thing I think we were the first group to ever discover that urolithin A increases the lifespan of flies. So super interesting. I mean, we've only been around for a while, and we're already making novel discoveries. Super exciting. And yeah, I think the important piece here is this isn't that many data points, but also the fact that there's only been 2,000 compounds tested, very quickly we'll be able to kind of lap the entire field in terms of the amount of data generated. And again, all of this is just a means to train AI on how to help us live longer. So I think the question is what do we do with all the data once we get it? Are we just going to churn out data and that's the end game? We don't think so. We don't think that the data in itself is intrinsically valuable. We think that really where the value accrues and where we're excited about working with Molecule and this IP protocol is we think that the value accrues to the IP, the actual products that are developed and sold to consumers. And so that's our goal, is to basically either license what we find or develop consumer products ourselves that are actually data-backed longevity supplements. So rather than going to the store, looking at the bottles, whichever one has the fanciest branding or whichever one is shilled by the best influencer, we are actually trying to make this an objective game where the compounds that have the best evidence for life extension are the ingredients that get included in the end product. It sounds very simple, but it's crazy that nobody's really doing this. And so many of the compounds that are released by other products and other top products in the market are just ineffective. All right, so what is next? Well, I'm very excited to announce for the first time that we are launching a ton of new compounds. Thanks. So prepare yourselves, the compounds are coming. At the end of the day, we're not going to make any new discoveries unless we launch a ton of compounds. And yes, this is just going to look like a massive token factory, but really what it's all about is helping us live longer. We have to wade into chemical space, see what works. We're going to tokenize every single compound that comes through this funnel and let them all duke it out in the arena. And so the first group of compounds that we're testing is in partnership with VitaDAO. They ran this program called the Longevity Prize. And the Longevity Prize was basically going to all the community members of VitaDAO and seeing who has ideas for what could potentially extend life, and submit your compound into the arena. And so we're basically tokenizing these and launching the experiments on Pump Science in the hopes that we can do further testing on all of these great ideas submitted by the community. So we're launching 17 now. The goal is to launch more in the future and eventually make the entire system permissionless to where there are no gatekeepers, there's nobody stopping you. If you can get a bunch of people to help fund your idea, you can run it. And so look, we get this is probably pretty overwhelming. A ton of new compounds, random names, like which ones work, how do they work, how do I pick? Well, I think one important thing to note is that if you look at meme coin traders and like crypto traders in general, they're much more sophisticated than I think meets the eye. It is much more than just like, ooh, doggy coin ape. It's actually a lot of like looking at leading indicators. You know, what % of the supply is held by the top holders? Are the wallets who have all the tokens related? There are actually like a ton of, you know, really, really smart traders who are in the trenches trying to predict which tokens will crank, right? Which will increase in price. And I think at the end of the day, all we're doing is just creating a new class of tokens with new leading indicators that are just scientific. And our goal is to, you know, work with a bunch of meme coin traders and convert them to this new class of tokens and see if they'll get on the ride with us. And look, if there are leading indicators that are predictive of which tokens will go up in price, they will find them, and we're here to help them find them. So, but to make the whole system easier, we're kind of creating like 2 game modes. One is easy mode, one is hard mode. Easy mode is you hold the tokens that perform the best. So rifampicin and urolithin A are what we call kings of the pill. They increase the lifespan of the respective animals the most. And so whoever holds those tokens gets airdrops of all the future tokens that are launched on the platform. And so this is a way for you to not have to pick which ones will work and which don't, but just collect, you know, a small amount of airdrops in each. On the other hand is advanced mode, which we're calling hunters. So the whole game is hunters versus gatherers. And the hunters are actually trying to seek the next king of the pill. They're trying to find the one that will dethrone the prior. And so at the end of the day, the whole game is find the compound that extends life in the animals the most. And so if you do, then you get to claim all the new airdrops. And so there's, you know, rewards associated with, you know, being early into the compound where it ends up working. So how do you hunt? You know, how do you play this game if you want to play it? So one way is to be a scientist, and especially to leverage AI as much as possible. So what we did here is we looked at all the previous data we've generated. Could AI predict the outcome? You know, all this is ground truth. You know, on the x-axis is like the actual data that we generated. On the y-axis is what various LLMs predicted. And what you can see is actually some of the models are predictive. Not all of them. You know, we could probably improve the prompts that we use, but AI can be a tool here to help predict which ones actually work. But of course, you know, if you want to go deeper than that, you can always read more papers and try and synthesize it all. I think we all just know like a prompt and deep research is much easier than like, you know, reading papers one by one. But the other way to hunt is to be fast. So all of the data that we generate is streamed to our app to all users at the same time. And so what we basically want to do is create a new chart that people watch to try and predict whether the price will go up and down. But for us, these data points are scientific, right? And so what we've realized is that a lot of the, you know, science that we expect people to understand is super complex. We're trying to simplify it as much as possible. And so what we've done is basically create charts where up and to the right is good, down and to the right is bad. I think that's something that like many traders already have like a good association with. And so we're trying to create this new chart that they follow and try and predict the price from. And so what we're going to do in this first release of compounds is basically stream the data over 12 hours. So it'll go over one day. And yeah, you know, you can follow these charts. These charts are on every compound page on our site, and you'll basically be able to see which ones are working in real time and try and predict, will one dethrone the king of the pill? Okay. Cool. So on the protocol layer, so like more of the crypto side of things, I think it's important to understand a little bit at least. I'm also running out of time, so I'm going to hustle through this. So yeah, basically the whole protocol is you launch a token on a bonding curve. Once 85 SOL worth of liquidity has been input into the bonding curve, and then you migrate that SOL to an automated market maker. It's just a more efficient market. 5% of the tokens get airdropped to the king of the pill token holders. 3 SOL pays for the worm experiment. 15% of the tokens are injected into the AMM, and yeah, off you go. Now you've got like a trading compound token market. We call our design badass. It's bonding curve AMM dual anti-sniper suite. And so basically the goal here is to make a protocol where speed is not an advantage. And so anyone who's launched tokens or participated in token launches or worked on a token launchpad, snipers are deathly because they're very mercenary. They're only there to pump and dump your tokens. They run bots where they can grab supply early. And what you want is loyalty in your users to create an advantage, not speed. And so we've basically created a way to launch tokens, but penalize snipers with dynamic fees. And so important if you're going to participate to be careful of this. So yeah, look, at the end of the day, we're here for 4 reasons: to develop novel products that increase human lifespan, to grow DeSci by bringing in crypto-native users into DeSci, redirect existing trading activity to research with lasting utility, and to make science fun again. We're here for the memes, and would just like to thank our community, who's been incredible. It's been crazy ups and downs. Tokens have gone up, tokens have gone down, but there is a strong community of people who believe in what we're doing, and there's nothing better than building for committed people who believe in what you're doing as much as you do. So yeah, big shout out to them. They're incredible. Thank you guys for the attention. Hope that was great, and yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Benji. And yeah, massively to Benji's credit, I haven't seen someone grind this hard and care this much about what they're building in a very long time. So yeah, big hats off. Okay, cool. We've got a 10-minute break, and then we have 2 more. We got a panel, and then we close out the Bio AI Hackathon, and then we all go rave. Okay, cool. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Hi, hello, hello. Okay, cool, guys. We're going to be starting again. So everyone just take a seat, get ready. Can we have one of the volunteers? Julia, could you run out and just tell people outside that we're starting again? Give them a yell. Cool. Nice, okay. Last little push. End of day 2. Everyone's been very busy learning and connecting and networking, which has been great. I have to say, I think this has probably been my personal favorite DeSci Berlin, and it is my 3rd. So that's always a good sign. Cool, I'm gonna wait another minute just so we can see if we can get some more people in. But yeah. Okay, cool. We're going to start. So now we have a panel titled Reproducible Research in DeSci, How Blockchain, Agents, and Incentives Can Fix Science. And I'll be, I won't be joined on the stage because I'm going to get off the stage. But it'll be with Warren, Edward, Ziga, and Eric from Bio. Well, Eric is from Bio, the rest of them aren't. But I'll let them introduce themselves once they're on stage. Cool.
Thank you, Ella, for that lovely introduction. And I just want to say that I have been looking forward to this panel all week. I myself am a huge reproducibility nerd. I think that one of the things that we can do through the space of blockchain and decentralization to have a large positive impact on the world is build protocols, build applications that enable streamlined data, information, and knowledge management in a way that can enable better, faster, more reproducible research. But I'm just one of 3 folks, or one of 4 folks on this panel, and would love it if maybe the 3 of y'all could just quickly give an intro to who you are and why you care about reproducibility in academic research.
All right, I'll go ahead. So my name is Edward Hübinette. I work for DeSci Labs as a protocol architect. I've always been super interested in reproducibility in most senses, I guess, mostly from like functional programming to like pure build systems. Then when I found DeSci, I found this to be like a really intriguing application of the Web3 ecosystem. Since then, been getting deeper and deeper into the nooks and crannies of meta science, and I just find it to be like a super interesting field.
Okay, it's my time. I'm Giga Dreu, one of the co-founders at Origin Trail. And Origin Trail's crucial technology is called decentralized knowledge graph, which can be used to advance the trusted knowledge foundation for decentralized science as well. It's not a new project. We launched it already back in 2014. It debuted in supply chains. And then we figured out that the same technology could be used to drive verifiability of data within transportation. So we went from corn to transportation, and recently the technology has also ventured into the adult industry. So in a way, going from corn to porn, and now the same kind of elements could be used potentially to very much advance and learn from things that we have learned in porn industry and things that we have learned in supply chains for the benefits of decentralized science. So how can we include inclusivity and also improve reproducibility within the science?
Hi, I'm Warren. I'm DRIPS's head of data. Before joining DRIPS in March of this year, I mostly worked in data science at SoundCloud, and I actually started out my career as a researcher in psychology and developmental neuroimaging, which are both fields that are quite severely afflicted by the reproducibility crisis. So they're dear to my heart, and it was, really interesting for me to kind of like step out of school and into a career doing research in fields that were starting to unearth a lot of failures to replicate things that I presumed I had learned. And yeah, now that I work at DRIPS and we're like extending the protocol to support funding researchers to their ORCID profiles, I'm really excited by the opportunity to use this flexible funding primitive to shift some incentives towards better research practices.
Absolutely. And just want to say I'm very excited to have all three teams and pieces of technology on this stage. So DeSci Labs was the first group that I worked with in the DeSci space. In my time at Labs, spent a lot of time working with FAIR and the concept of knowledge graphs. And believe it or not, DRIPS funding was the first thing that got me to think about how incentive structures can have a meaningful impact on science coming from the decentralized web. So one question that I would love to ask to all three of you, in whatever order it comes in what ways do blockchain and decentralization play a meaningful role in pushing towards open and reproducible science? And by the way, for those in the room who may not be familiar with the term reproducible science, the idea is that whenever a researcher publishes a manuscript, someone can follow the methods that were actually put in the paper and in any supplementary artifacts and come to the same conclusion. So that is a rough definition of reproducibility. But Edward, I see you got the mic. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so to have a reproducible research publication, it needs to be stable for a long period of time. Because if you, as another researcher, want to try and reproduce the results, but you don't have access to the artifacts necessary from the initial publication to even try that, then that's going to be a very rough time. And we've sort of, from the legacy of like the printing press, the main vessel for communicating scientific progress has been like the paper page, now in digital format, the PDF. But it still doesn't support, access or sharing to the rest of the artifacts that are necessary to reproduce the results. And a cornerstone of the scientific principle is to communicate your work in such a way that another interested party can go through it and perform the same methodology to either end up at the same conclusion or a result that's contrasting to that. And that's also an interesting addition to science. But for any of this to be possible, we need to have an efficient way of sharing and referring to content that was part of publications, ideally without being strongly dependent on any particular actor still being around or the person still working at the same institution. So through the primitives that we have in this space, we have content address data systems, we have stable ledgers for holding references, we have strong technology for versioning publications. We basically have all of the pieces that we need to put this together in a neat way to at least remove as many obstacles as possible for a scientist to publish a work that is as reproducible as possible.
Absolutely. And I think it's fantastic to think about how, to a certain extent, that kind of needs to be on blockchain or on some kind of a shared infrastructure, especially as we see some of the, shall we say, funding issues that have come from the US research space. And especially as we see some of the challenges in the legacy system with cross-organizational collaboration. The idea of having this open and decentralized knowledge layer is just so incredibly powerful. But whenever I think of a DeSci node, one of the things that I really think of is a little graph of information, a graph of knowledge. So it's the manuscript, but it's the video, it's presentations, it's, we'll say, code files, data files, and having that full chain of provenance is really important. So maybe a question for Ziga, as we start thinking about the impact of why blockchain is necessary for this kind of open and reproducible work, I would love to hear a take on how knowledge graphs play into this larger space.
Yeah, there are more ways to look at it. One important aspect is definitely democratization. You touched upon the problem of or the issue of funding science right now in the US. With blockchain or decentralized systems, there is always much more democracy to deciding what kind of science should be financed, and there is no central actor that could prevent funding of a science if science is meant for the betterment of mankind. So that's, let's say, a political reason removed for science not to be funded or for science to be developed in a less democratic way, in a biased way. And then secondly, now at the advent of AI agents, we see that also AI is running out of public data. So we're on a cusp of having to decide whether or not we're going to be developing more private AI solutions or more public, inclusive AI solutions. And why is that important is because as we run out of public data, the AI will necessarily focus a problem of a model collapse. And that's something you don't want to have in science. So more and more synthetic data and less optimal results by utilizing AI. So we need to figure out how to bring more data on board, more sensitive data on board. And if you want to do that, again, you need to somehow incentivize people to come together to contribute their sensitive data. And even when they're contributing sensitive data, it should be done in a way that no sensitive data is, let's say, exposed via sensitive channels. And it does seem that centralized ways of maintaining data or knowledge are also very much prone to, to all those vectors of attack where data can also be exploited, also sensitive data. Yeah, so, and also kind of unearthing some of the methodologies that exist across the board, so not within a single company, not just the data, but also techniques of utilizing the data. I mean, there's a crazy side thought I had here that perhaps there are even some technologies that exist right now in the adult industry that could be used for the benefit of science. For instance, there's a way to identify IP thefts by using a special method called perceptual hashing. And the same technology could be used to identify some similarities or percentage similarities between CT scans. So again, kind of bringing aboard different technologies from sectors which are not intuitively linked to decentralized science can be done via such a decentralized way of discovering how science could be improved.
And just to drill into that a little bit more, because I think from the standpoint of knowledge graphs, this is so critically important. As we start to think about more trusted AI, and as we start to think about some of the challenges in cross-disciplinary research, let's say, and just to give an example for the folks in the room, it can be very, very difficult for researchers to speak across different domains. So as a researcher in quantum physics, you may go into biology and see a very similar phenomenon to what you have observed in your PhD in quantum physics. This example, by the way, is based on a group called Quantum Biology DAO, where this exact thing happened to a researcher. So would love to hear about maybe how knowledge graphs can help a little bit more with that cross-disciplinary translation aspect between different domains of research and in a trustworthy way.
Yeah, so in a way, how can we achieve serendipities in a little bit more systematic fashion? I just heard from a colleague yesterday that Viagra initially was not invented in order to, cure the stiffness, but instead to cure the blood pressure, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies for the wrong interpretation. So how can you plan and anticipate some serendipities and then build your way back from serendipities and perhaps even discover a drug that could be used for multiple purposes? So this is something that could be achieved via such a decentralized way of functioning when you have experts from several fields with intention building their way back from serendipities to a single, let's say, solution that spans and can solve several challenges across sectors. But let's leave it to Warren to see what he has to say.
I just want to say it must have been quite the shock for the people in that clinical trial.
On that question about
like interdisciplinarity and knowledge graphs, or
No, more so on the question of why blockchain is necessary for, or is important for reproducible and open research.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a ton to add on to what's been said so far, but I would say, like, just in general, the properties of immutability and censorship resistance, like, kind of lend to indispensable virtues you need in a data store that you don't have to trust through some, like, proxy, like institutional prestige, but you can actually just verify that every input and every plan, every input, every processing step, every output across the life cycle of a study is as it was described in the publication, and that you could reproduce that. And I think, you know, if you're doing that in, you know, just some database hosted on S3, then, you know, good luck getting the property of verification without trust.
No, absolutely. And especially as we think about research, somebody looking back at the scientific record 20 years from now, that S3 bucket is not going to exist. And that is such a huge problem, this kind of link rod, content drift. So I could not agree with you more. So shifting over maybe to a different question, because we've got 3 things in the name of the panel. How does blockchain help push reproducible and open science? How do agents help push reproducible and open science? And how can incentives help push reproducible and open science? So to maybe shift on to the next point of this, we have seen such a massive shift in the capabilities of AI over the past, 3-4 years at this point. There's been a lot of conversation around using AI for academic research. Groups like Future House, Biomni, and last but definitely not least, BioProtocol are working on trying to solve some of these problems and trying to enable scientific agentic researchers. So part of what I would like to ask is, what major shifts in science do you see coming from this larger agentic wave? And what's needed to make sure that those shifts push towards openness and reproducibility?
So I think there's a few takes on this that I'll focus on that I think are a little more grounded than some of the other ideas I have. One is, like, the lowest hanging fruit is, like, a lot of scientists don't share their code because they don't have formal programming training, and they're understandably anxious of being negatively evaluated for writing messy code that has bugs and doesn't have documentation. But we're at a point now with agentic coding assistance that's so good that that disincentive should practically be removed. So that's one thing that's just like a free, nice side effect of everything that's happening in, you know, whether it's open or closed source AI. So that's nice. And then, you know, things like yes, no error, like doing like at scale error detection should hopefully help like shorten the time to retraction, and like the insane amount of time it takes for like a study that has major flaws in it to get retracted, and then for those retractions to be like indexed by PubMed is absolutely insane. So hopefully that type of thing is going to help a bit with like preventing error from cascading through the record. But I'm interested in like how agents could play certain like methodological integrity compliance check roles along the stages of a research pipeline, so that you don't have to hire humans per se to, you know, be the compliance ompt for checking that like a researcher has pre-registered their study and that like the methods they said they would follow and the analysis plan they said they would follow, they actually followed, and every, you know, piece of code that's submitted as it's like every piece of code in every version and every intermediate stage of the data set that's collected is not being tampered with, so that when you combine that with something like DRIPS, which has the ability to continuously stream funding to a research group and their dependencies, and to pause or augment those funding streams through conditional checks by an agent like that, that you can systematize a schedule of reward that incentivizes good research practices automatically. And I think that's something I'm really interested in. And then like the next step of that would be, if we have agents that can do
computational reproducibility perfectly, which we don't yet, then having all the source code and the environments and the libraries that it used, plus the data, and if the agent can then reproduce it, then maybe the researcher gets a little bonus.
No, absolutely. And just to add on to that, it is so brilliant to think about the fact that increasing the amount of information that you publish for an agentic researcher who has the ability to go through just a wide volume of information, then increases your surface area for citation, increases your ability to continue to accrue credit, which I don't personally believe we should move towards citations as the sole metric in the future, but your ability to accrue credit based off of that, and DRIPS is a fantastic potential incentive model for working towards that. Yeah. So yeah, couldn't agree more. So Nziga, I'm gonna alter the question for you just a little bit. I asked everyone else open and decentralized science. What I would love to hear from the standpoint of Origin Trail is about open, decentralized, and verifiable science. How do we make more trustworthy agents that are better able to handle the precision and the larger context required from scientific research?
That's a good question. I hate to break it to you, but decentralized knowledge graph does it. Okay, it's just one of the first steps, I guess. It's one needs to have access to quality data, and if quality data is not persistent, then you can have a perfect ontology. You can have a perfect way of scaling decentralized infrastructure, and nothing will actually happen. What we can do is we provide means for garbage in and not exponential garbage out to take place once you have high quality data, once you have highly structured data, once you apply the right semantic approaches. And then verifiability, what is also quite important to hear, and it was pointed out by Warren, is that you are able to attribute each participant's contributions. It's so that the situation at the end of the day is not like those high school assignments where you have 4 dudes working together, but actually just one is working and they all get straight A's. Yeah. So by having sort of a decentralized knowledge graph, you can also, in an immutable fashion, attribute and point out what were each one participant's contribution. Now that's, when it comes to humans, that is perhaps a little bit easier, but when you have a swarm of agents working on a solution, working on a medicine, one has to provide even better and more sturdy way of accounting for, each agent in a swarm contribution, because they all must have had like different energy consumption. So all of these things need to be somehow accounted for. And again, decentralized ways of doing it via decentralized knowledge graph can also allow for that, so that you can, post when research is done, when it's already being successfully funded, you can then attribute as to who deserves most. And this is, it's not easy. It's very hard to do that in today's world with traditional techniques.
I can just want to echo that. I mean, it is incredibly challenging to even try and think about ways that more traditional legacy systems would be able to attribute that credit in a more fractionalized fashion, even across human researchers, much less agentic. That's an excellent point. Thank you. Edward, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think something that's really important when we're talking about like agentic research is that we, at least the same speed, need to enable agents to sort of validate and sort through and filter through that content. Because if we're going to have, like, in the current system, the scientific community has a lot of issues managing there's like 1 million scientific papers published each year, and we can't handle the volume already. So if we spin up a bunch of agents that's spitting out, like 1 million research ideas every month, week, day, hour, like how are we going to be able to like manage that volume? So we need to also make sure that we have agentic actors in place to like do that filtering and like figure out like what of these are like promising avenues to go down. Because otherwise we're just going to drown in half-finished research ideas. And I think that's
that might be a very tricky swamp to navigate.
It'll be interesting to see as this moves forward and as people continue to progress through a lot of this, but totally agree and agree with some of the earlier points about knowledge graphs playing a very important role in that verifiability. I think on the flip side of that, we also see a future where we really can accelerate scientific progress, and I believe it was one of Sam Altman's most recent blog posts around how he personally sees the biggest disruption from AI coming in the space of scientific research. But it's going to be a little while, I think, before we get there, so working on that hard and fast. So we are actually a little bit over time on the panel, but I'm actually hosting the next session, so I'm going to be greedy and take from that session to give to this one. If y'all don't mind. Edward, I do want to give you a chance to quickly, because I think both Ziga and Warren have kind of already answered the question on how do incentives help fix or push us towards open and reproducible research. But I wanted to give you a quick chance to answer that same question as well.
Absolutely. So we think a lot about the existing incentive structures in science over at DeSci Labs, and in particular around peer review or like the generalization of like, quality evaluations. Because in the current system, this is all like implicit, it's like an implicit public good, where there is a huge free rider problem and there is an absurd amount of work that's being performed every year. I pulled some numbers for the workshop I held earlier. I think just the US, the UK, and China in 2020 spent over 1 million hours of researcher time doing peer review. That's 15,000 years of work that is unpaid, which roughly translates to like $3 billion donations of like free labor to the publishing industry. And like the top 5 publishers, they have a combined revenue of like $12 billion a year at a like 40% profit rate.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that's higher than Google, that's higher than Apple, their profit margins.
I mean, it's absolutely astronomical. In the same sentence, they're saying like it would not be like financially viable to like actually incentivize peer review by paying reviewers. So I think we have a fairly unique opportunity in the Web3 space to find new methods of incentivizing science through the like financial fundamentals that we have present, and yeah, figure out ways to make peer review a worthwhile task to work on and make it visible. Because right now, the only way you can like get tenure and get respect within research is just publish papers in high impact journals. And we're getting super skewed by their own biases towards, like high impact science and like highly citable science. So all of these sort of like skew us away from doing reproducibility studies and, like other acts of tending the scientific garden, like data stewardship and, like just managing metadata, like all of the things that we would need to have like a highly functional scientific record. All of this is just like invisible work, and it's pretty thankless. But in this space, we have the opportunity to let people build up like credibility and tenure, and like make that work visible and make that work rewardable, and like hopefully with something like Grips on top of that, you should be able to like find new ways of funding work that is important and it is very valuable for the scientific record, but is invisible in the traditional system.
Couldn't agree more. Just wanted to quickly thank all 3 of you for coming up on this panel, for coming to Berlin, for giving the time. Also, Ziga, thank you for the sponsorship of Origin Trail at the BioX AI Hackathon, which is the next session that we have coming up. So with that being said, thanks, guys.
Eric, we are going to freestyle a tiny bit.
Okay.
Which is, sorry. Give me a minute. Okay, cool. So we're going to freestyle just quickly. Ivo, our Chief Operating Officer here at Molecule, is going to get up and just say a quick few words. Should be short. And then, is Ivo ready for us? We must knock on that door. Sean, can you turn around and knock on that door and tell Ivo it's time to talk? And then what we're going to do is we're going to take one big group photo on the stage. So we'll need everyone to come up here once Ivo's finished speaking. And then take a picture. And then we close out with the AI Hackathon. And then we're done, I promise. But Ivo's not here. He's not coming. And I even made him set an alarm on his phone. Okay. Okay, the people have spoken. We're going to do a photo instead. Okay, everyone come up. Yes. Okay, so the way this works, everyone shuffle on stage or stand on this bottom row. We're going to all have to squish. Every year it's a bit of a squeeze, and we have to do like kind of multiple layers, but I'll let you guys figure it out. You're all smart. And then we also need Stephen. Are you around somewhere to take the picture? Ah, I see you, Stephen. Okay, perfect, people. No, because then we often get standers here. Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah, so you're DeSci Berlin.
Perfect.
DeSci Berlin, maybe.
I don't know how we would find it.
Just sit near close to the microphone.
Yeah, I can't. Oh.
Yeah, don't talk into the microphone as one is on.
Hello.
Hello. You also want to sit in the front?
I was going to say, yeah, we can all squish. Squish.
Sorry, I was squished.
Come on in for the picture.
Shirt? No.
I think we got to get some more like half squatting. Little like a lean-to. Yeah, there we are. Everyone use your quads. It's leg day.
It looks weird.
I'll come here.
Yeah.
Squat down, people.
Okay, are we ready?
A few more, come on, William.
Hurry. We've got squatters.
We need more small people. Oh, the doggo.
Smile, everyone.
Let's see. Focus the dog.
DeSci Berlin.
That was nice.
One with the phone.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you, everyone. Woo! Oh, I need to stay here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm happy to hear that.
Happy. Okay, cool. And now for the hackathon. We still need to close that out. I'm going to hand over to Eric and the bio team to just do this hackathon. Eric? Question mark? Ah, there we are. And Sean? Where are our relevant people? It's like herding cats, I swear. Evo's in a call apparently, so we just are moving straight on past that. And I'm going to give it over to Eric and the Bio Hackathon. Cool. Awesome. You're going to need the second one here.
Sean will be.
Sean, calling Sean. Sean.
Oh. All right.
Okay. Yeah. I added just like sponsor and judges slides.
Oh, amazing.
So, okay.
Actually, you just want to put the whole presentation?
Yeah, I can. Do you want to?
I'll. Hi, everyone. Give me a thumbs up when we're good to go, please. Alrighty. Just want to go ahead and say thank you to everyone who has come to DeSci Berlin over either of the past 2 days. This has been such an amazing conference. I've been in decentralized science for the better part of half a decade now, and I'll say that this is one of the best energies for a conference that I have been to thus far. So huge, huge kudos to the organizing team, to everyone behind the scenes who went into helping to put this on. If we can just quickly give them a round of applause at the beginning of this session.
Thank you.
And with that being said, Sean and I also have the pleasure of being able to close out another very large event that's been going on for a period of time up to this point. And Sean will talk about this a little bit more, but at Bio, one of our priorities is trying to figure out how agentic researchers fit into the larger scope of scientific research and even academia. One of the initiatives in an effort to try and build community, try and find creative solutions, and to try and kick off the larger initiative was a Bio x AI Hackathon that has been running for the past 2 months. So we are very grateful for the opportunity to have worked with so many great devs. We are excited for so many of the projects that have been pushed. In this presentation today, we are going to quickly walk you through 3 of the projects in going through the dozens and dozens and dozens that have submitted that really caught our eye. With a quick caveat here, we said we were going to announce the winners today live on stage, and in a series of wonderful problems, we have too many great submissions and could not decide in time. So there will be, there will be a QR code at the end of the presentation for a Luma link that leads to Twitter Spaces next week, where we will announce the winners. But we need to take a little bit more time and go through everyone who's there. Otherwise, we're just giving $1,000 to 40 different projects. So good problems, good problems. But yeah, this hackathon is hopefully a place where developers, researchers, and community members can collectively dream up a more fluid and autonomous future for academic research. We wanted to focus on knowledge graphs as the beginning of this hackathon, as we think that knowledge graphs have a huge role to play in more trustworthy and more verifiable agentic research surrounding science. So we've gotten quite a few great submissions on that. And I guess with that being said, Sean, maybe you want to say a few words and then take it away into the 3 that we picked?
Yeah. So we had the idea of this hackathon a few months ago, and it was the perfect start and end to this to bookend the event, because we started this 2 months ago here in Berlin at our event here in April, and we just love that we had this opportunity to kickstart the open source development for Bio. Every software company has the choice of being closed source or open source, and we want to build these agents to be open, especially because of the network effects that the knowledge graphs as well as the plugins allow, where you'll see today some demos from the teams that built those.
And with that said, so Morgan, if you happen to be in the audience right now, I know you were one of the projects who we would love to highlight. If you wouldn't mind just quickly coming on stage.
State University.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan.
Thank you. So yeah, I guess we've got a video to show, so it'll give you, hopefully, a quick whistle-stop tour of what we've been building, both inside and outside of the hackathon, because we plan to take this a lot further than what you'll see today. So I'll give a quick preamble, and then we'll jump straight into the video, because it's around 5 minutes long. So what are we actually building, and what problem are we trying to solve? Well, actually, most of the foundation for addressing that problem, or identifying that problem, has already been covered throughout this conference, both yesterday and today. So one of the big problems that we at ValidDAO are focused on is actually trying to make science more effectively translated, not just through throwing funding at the wall, but actually by trying to incubate and help those projects succeed and improve the odds. The odds of deep tech translation being successful are really, really low. So BCG's recent estimates are around 5% of academic spinouts actually make it to even Series B, Series A or B. So you can see the odds are stacked against everyone. And something that we've been heavily focused on internally has been hand-holding those projects and actively trying to incubate them. But we think we can do a lot more now that AI is making our lives a lot easier. And so what we've been building is a platform to do essentially that, to help researchers translate their work into commercially viable technologies. And so I guess I will jump into the video.
And Morgan, just a quick point here. If you don't mind me asking a couple different questions, of course, before we go into the video, I would love the opportunity to learn a little bit more around your design process for this whole system. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it all started actually a long, long time ago when we interviewed a whole bunch of stakeholders in the scientific ecosystem. And what we were really interested in finding out was what are the common problems, and then what can we do as a solution that might be able to address some of them simultaneously. And so we broke up the kind of problem space into 3 distinct areas, and that made it really easy for us, or not easy, of course not, but a lot easier for us to be able to tackle this huge insurmountable problem. So those kind of key challenges that make deep tech startups so likely to fail are the business development, so actually how can you build a business model around a new technology, especially when you don't have reference points or things to take from. The technology de-risking, so how can we actually help technologies be better designed and optimized for the market and the needs of the stakeholders they eventually want to sell it to. And then, of course, making the project fundable or more likely to receive funding as well. So identifying what funding opportunities are out there, maybe bootstrapping some things that you wouldn't have thought about before, because there is actually a lot of money out there. It's just very hard to secure it. So these 3 pillars have been our kind of guiding lighthouses for everything that we wanted to build. And so what we wanted to build was something that not only exists and solves a problem today, but actually is going to keep continually getting better. So dividing those things into 3 pillars allows us to build unique, discrete features and tools and plugins that can help with those 3 tasks.
Absolutely. Thanks for humoring me on the question, Morgan. So you mentioned that you have a video coming up. We have that pulled up on screen.
Yeah. Okay.
We're building the Jarvis for scientific research. We're building the Jarvis for scientific research, a platform that can help you go all the way from idea to execution in one foul swoop. Flow is designed to help turn your futuristic vision into a fundable project and then put it in front of the right people at the right time. Whether that's venture capital, grant funding bodies, competitions, or community initiatives, will help you bootstrap mission-aligned funding opportunities to give you the best chances of success. Flow gives you access to a comprehensive suite of tools that can take your research to the next level. We've developed bespoke AI research assistants and business intelligence agents that break down your mission and help you craft the best path forwards. Flow's tooling is divided into 3 distinct categories: technology de-risking, business development, and fundraising. But we've also integrated them so that you don't have to. No matter what tools you're using, you'll always have the most relevant information at your fingertips to help make critical decisions not only faster, but with greater peace of mind. So how does it work? We're building the Jarvis. You'll need to create a profile and add your research project to Flow. If you don't have a ton of clarity yet on what exactly you want to build, don't worry. We've kept these questions pretty high level so that you can flesh it out later. Once you create your project, you'll jump straight into the project dashboard. On the left-hand side, you'll see the list of different pages, tools, and workflows that are available to you. You can add team members, update your project, and even manage tasks or work packages to keep things on track. To help you de-risk your technology, Flow provides you with a number of different tools. The first of which is a design workflow that helps you get crystal clear about what you want to build and how you want to build it. Here you'll answer more granular questions about your research objectives, which will then be analysed and converted into a list of research priorities. From here, we'll generate a series of research questions that we automatically go and research for you. All you need to do is review the findings and decide whether or not you want to keep them. Flow uses a clever system to ensure these are not just superficial research results, but constructive and relevant suggestions for your specific project. We take results from previous queries and plug them into new ones before running them so that the knowledge compounds. Once you're happy with the results, we'll extract the relevant variables and store them in your project's knowledge graph. We'll also give you a comprehensive report with actionable insights and suggestions so you can hit the ground running. But it doesn't stop there. We'll also turn those recommendations into work packages that you can import directly into your project at the click of a button. In a matter of minutes, you can go from an idea to a detailed technology roadmap and even start distributing the labor amongst your team. In addition to the technology design workflow, we've also crafted tools to help you construct a detailed business plan for your shiny new technology. Flow uses AI to help you analyze market opportunities, conduct market segmentation, build customer personas, generate CRMs, sales strategies, conduct competitor analyses, design business models and pricing strategies, and weave it all together into a coherent and strategic business plan that can not only help you decide from which angle to attack the market, but also how to design your technology, business, and foundational team using these insights. Technologies with a comprehensive business plan are 2.5 times more likely to secure funding, making these tools crucial for getting ahead of the curve. And if that wasn't enough, once you've developed your technology and business roadmaps, your project will be automatically matched to relevant funding opportunities in our database. You'll be given match scores to quickly scope out funding opportunities that align with your project's goals and methods. Once you're happy with the suggestions, you can bookmark them to save them to your project dashboard for easy access. The other killer features in Flow are the Research Wizard and project logs. Since Flow is tracking updates and insights that are saved to your project in real time, it automatically detects contradictions or conflicts in your project's knowledge graph when key decisions are being made. If your priority is to keep costs low to serve budget-constrained customers, Flow will warn you when you make choices that start to drive that cost up and give you the opportunity to review those changes before they're committed. The Research Wizard, on the other hand, is an omnipotent chatbot that has full context on your project and can answer virtually any question you may have on any screen, pulling in the most relevant information and synthesizing truly intelligent responses. No more copy and pasting Google Docs into ChatGPT to get mediocre answers to your research questions. The Research Wizard sees everything on and off screen so you can focus on the answers instead of perfecting your prompt. But the important thing to remember is that this is just the beginning. Flow will be continually developed through the addition of new tools and workflows to support the commercialization of your research. Save money, save time, and save the world.
Amazing. So with that, we're really impressed at just the amount of features and They've also produced a CLI for the programs in the room, a command line interface where you can actually also access it through a CLI. And we see that as being both useful for anyone creating projects and looking for funding, or for the BioDAOs and bioprotocol and anyone who's distributing funds. If someone doesn't come to you with already going through the flow, then you can ask them to or do it for them and get a better idea of what they're pitching, what the product strategy is. Next up, we have Microbiome DAO as another winner. There's a video here that will immediately start. Is the audio? Can't hear the audio.
So you understand your microbiome report document. I'll start by saying hello to Microbiome AI. It asked me to upload my report. Upload file. Here I have a few reports. I'll take this one. This is a 50-page thing, 3 megabytes. It creates a thread in Discord analyzing my report. It creates a thread, meaning anyone can join in and see how I'm discussing my microbiome report. So if you add this agent to a Discord server, like it creates a lot of discussion. You can see how other people are interacting with the agent, and it creates a natural Q&A around these microbiome topics. So now it creates a knowledge base, essentially a RAG on this 50-page document to understand it better. And it will continue by asking the user some questions to get lifestyle information. That it should feel more like intuitive discussion. You get lifestyle information from the user, and then eventually have a free open Q&A type thing going on. This is all running in Replit in the backend. So the report date is missing. It's interesting for it to know I took the test last December 2024. Did you take any antibiotics? No antibiotics. Antibiotics is important because it really affects your microbiome, presentation. Now it predicts my diet: fermented food, yogurt, cooked meats. So this is a prediction based on my report. I can now describe what my diet is actually. But for this, I'll say yes. That's basically my diet. I also eat a lot of ice cream. So this is, instead of asking me of my diet, the bot uses the microbiome report to predict what my diet will be like. And that's interesting that you can get this type. Now it's the same thing here with the energy levels. Yes, my energy levels. Actually, my energy levels are stable. I'll just contradict it here, so we have some. Also predict some digestive symptoms. Yes, mild bloating and gas is true. Otherwise, fine. And anyone, the first part is this kind of it asking me questions until it has my microbial data and my lifestyle questions. And then it can combine these two into sort of an executive summary, which is here. It basically goes through some main points of this 50-page document that I could find interesting. And it gives me one actionable call to action, which in this case would be more foods high in resistant starch and cooked and potatoes, rolled oats, bananas, and garlic. So this is something I could try. And why did you suggest these foods specifically for me? Explain in plain English. Now here, the bot has my full context of this thread, every question, every answer I've given, but it also has the RAG, my whole microbiome report. So I can ask very specific questions about the microbiome report and get not very hallucinated answers, like true answers to that. Yes, and this is why I did this. Okay. And then I could keep asking more scientific questions. Someone else might come into this thread and be like, this is interesting. What about that? Makes it more a communal experience. You can join in and see how someone else is discussing and kind of create activity in any Discord server.
Amazing. So 2 things that I want to stress and point out here is that these agents are able to talk to people where they already exist, where they're already communicating and chatting. So this is in Discord. These agents can be in Telegram, websites, text messages, email. They can serve people wherever they are, and they really allow you to get a better understanding of the world. And so the next one is also getting a better understanding of your own pharmacology world, which is announcing Side Effect Net. They have a really cool website where they're using AI to help with pharmacology. Basically, they don't have audio for this video, so I'll be talking over it and explaining it. It's just a few minutes long, and then we can all get to happy hour. Thank you for staying, everyone here. So there's a few different things it's doing here. It's pulling drug side effects from a database called CIDER, S-I-D-E-R, as well as the FDA, I think it's called Negative Results or Adverse Effects database. So they've populated a knowledge graph with around 160,000 edges and 6,000 nodes for different pharmaceuticals. And each one has reported side effects, and each one has safer alternatives, basically the same drug, but safer with less side effects. And so it's really useful. I mean, you can ask your doctor these things, but they might have a tool like this, or this tool might be even better than what your family care doctor is looking up. And so this is database, it's data-driven results where the AI is better at looking up this giant data set than you are, or possibly your doctor. And so using a site like this could be actually safer. And the really cool thing is that it is able to take in not just one, but multiple drugs. If your illness or ailment is requiring multiple drugs, you can select 2 to 5 drugs here that it will then perform like a convolution and figure out whether these drugs have possible negative effects when taken together. And so you see here they added 3 drugs here around, I think there's around aspirin. You can't read the text here, but it's different 3 different drugs around like pancreatic cancer care. And basically there's individual risk, there's overlapping side effects, but overall it says the combined risk level is low. And the last piece here, I think I messed up the video. The last piece is that you can actually give those 2 drugs like aspirin and pancreatic care to an AI, and based on the actual database plus like O3 or O3 Pro, it can give you a recommendation similar to talking to O3 Pro itself, but with a much stronger database based on this knowledge graph. So congrats to our 3 winners. Really impressed with the results, and we'll have around 8 more winners to announce in our Twitter Spaces, which is going to be in 1 week, next Tuesday. If anyone wants to take that QR code now, and we'll also be announcing that on Twitter. And lastly, tonight we have the DeSci Rave, which starts at 10 p.m. And this registration is essential. Take a photo of this now, I recommend it. It's not too far away from this location on the river, and so excited to see everyone there. Be super fun to celebrate DeSci Berlin. And with that, I'll bring up Eric to close us out.
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending. Once again, thank you to the organizers who have done a phenomenal job putting on this whole event. Thank you to each and every single one of you for coming. And yeah, we appreciate it. There are beers in the fridge behind the kitchen, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, cool. because on the ticket it says 7, but here you said 10.
Only this, I will take it because it's. But this is somebody else.
Okay.